Two celestial bodies were driven near to each other. The interior of the terrestrial globe pushed toward the exterior. The Earth, disturbed in its rotation, developed heat. The land surface became hot. Various sources of many peoples describe the melting of the Earth's surface and the boiling of the sea. The Earth burst and lava flowed. The Mexican sacred book Popol Vuh and the manuscript Cocachel, the manuscript Traiano, all record how the mountains in every part of the Western Hemisphere simultaneously gushed lava. The volcanoes that opened along the entire chain of the Cordilleras and in other mountain ranges and on flatland vomited fire, vapor, and torrents of lava. These and other Mexican sources relate how, at the closing hours of the age that was brought to an end by rain of fire, mountains swelled under the pressure of molten masses, and the new ridges rose. New volcanoes sprang out of the earth, and streams of lava flowed out of the cleft earth. Events underlying Greek and Mexican traditions are narrated in the scriptures. The mountains shake with the swelling, the earth melted. Clouds and darkness, fire, the earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax. He looketh on the earth, and it trembleth. He toucheth the hills, and they smoke. The earth trembled, the mountains melted. Even that Sinai, he rebuketh the sea, and maketh it dry, and drieth up all the river. The mountains quake at him, and the hills melt, and the earth is burned, yea, the world, and all that dwelleth therein. And even the bottom of the sea boiled here and there. The sea boiled, and all the shores of the ocean boiled. All the middle of it boiled, says the Zendavesta. The star, Tistria, made the sea boil. The traditions of the Indians retain the memory of this boiling of the water in the river and sea. The tribes of British Columbia tell. Great clouds appeared. It's funny, we got a thunderstorm going on outside. Actually, we're under a tornado warning right now. Great clouds appeared, such a great heat came, that finally the water boiled. People jumped into the streams and lakes to cool themselves and died. On the North Pacific coast of America, the tribes insist that the ocean boiled. It grew very hot. Many animals jumped into the water to save themselves, but the water began to boil. The Indians of the Southern Ute tribe in Colorado record in their legends that the rivers boiled. Jewish tradition, as preserved in the rabbinical sources, declares that the mire at the bottom of the Sea of Passage was heated. The Lord fought against the Egyptians with the pillar of cloud and fire. The mire was heated to the boiling point by the pillar of fire. The rabbinical sources say also that the pillar of fire and of smoke leveled mountains. Hesiod, in his Theogony, relating the upheaval caused by a celestial collision, says the huge earth groaned. A great part of the huge earth was scorched by the terrible vapor and melted as tin melts when heated by man's art, or as iron, which is the hardest of all things, is softened by glowing fire in mountain glens. According to the traditions of the New World, the profile of the land changed in a catastrophe. New valleys were formed, mountain ridges were torn apart, new gulfs were cut out, ancient heights were overturned, and new ones sprang up. The few survivors of the ruined world were enveloped, so wonder there were any, in darkness. The sun in some way did not exist, and in intervals in the light of the blazing fires, they saw the silhouettes of new mountains. The Mayan sacred book, Popol Vuh, says that the god rolled mountains and removed mountains, and great and small mountains moved and shaped. Mountains swelled with lava. Carnirea Veracocha, the god of the Incas, raised mountains from the flatland and flattened other mountains. And similarly, when Israel went out of Egypt, the sea saw and fled. The mountains skipped like rams, and the little hills like lambs. Tremble, thou earth, at the presence of the Lord, which removeth the mountains, which overturneth them in his anger, which shaketh the earth out of her place, which commandeth the sun, and it riseth not, which alone spreadeth out the heavens, and treadeth upon waves of the sea. Mount Sinai. Along the eastern shore of the Red Sea, there stretches a mountainous crest, with a number of volcanic craters, at present extinguished. Some, however, were active, not many centuries ago. One of these volcanoes is usually described as the Mount of the Law-Giving. In the 70s of the last century, a scholar, Charles Beck, suggested that Mount Sinai was a volcano in the Arabian desert. The book of Deuteronomy 4:11 says the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. Beck's idea was rejected by his contemporaries, and ultimately by himself. Modern scholars, however, agree with this original theory, and for this reason they look for the Mount of the Lawgiving among the volcanoes of Mount Seir, and not on the traditional Sinai Peninsula, where there are no volcanoes. Thus, the claims of the rival peaks of the Sinai Peninsula for the honor of being the Mount of the Lawgiving are silenced by new contestants. It is true that it is stated the mountains melted, even that Sinai, but this melting of summits does not necessarily mean an opening up of craters. Rocks turned into a flowing mass. Damn, it must have been terrible. The plateau of the Sinai Peninsula is covered with formations of basalt lava. Wide stretches of the Arabian desert also glisten with lava. Lava formations interspersed with the extinguished volcanoes stretch from the vicinity of Palmyra southward into Arabia as far as Mecca. Only a few thousand years ago, the deserts glowed with the beacons of many volcanoes. Mountains melted. Lava flowed over the ground from the numerous fissures. The celestial body that the great architect of nature sent close to the earth made contact with it, and electrical discharges retreated and approached again. If we are to believe the scriptural data, there elapsed 7 weeks, or by another computation, about 2 months. From the day of the Exodus to the day of the revelation at Mount Sinai, there were thunders and lightnings, and thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all people that was in the camp trembled. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long, and waxed louder and louder, Moses spake, and God answered him by a voice. The Talmud and Midrashim describe the mountain of the lawgiving as quaking so greatly that it appeared as if it were lifted up and shaken above the heads of people. And the people felt as if they were no longer standing securely on the ground, but were held up by some invisible force. The presence of a heavenly body overhead caused this phenomenon and this feeling. Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations also of the hills moved and were shaken, because he was wroth. He bowed the heavens also, or was that bowed, and came down, and darkness was under his feet. At the brightness that was before him, his thick clouds passed, hailstones, and coals of fire. The Lord also thundereth in the heavens, hailstones and coals of fire. He shot out lightnings, then the channel of waters were seen, and the foundations of the world were discovered. Earth and heaven participated in the cosmic convulsion. In the 4th book of Ezra, the occurrences witnessed at Mount Sinai are described in these words. Thou didst bow down the heavens, didst make the earth quake and convulse the world. Thou didst cause the deeps to tremble, and didst alarm the spheres. The approach of a star toward the earth in the days of the revelation at Sinai is implied by the text of the Tractate Shabbat. Although the ancestors of later proselytes were not present at the mountain of the lawgiving, their star was there close by. An author of the 1st century of the present era, whose work on biblical antiquities has been ascribed to Philo, the Alexandrian philosopher, thus describes the commotion on the earth. Below and in the sky above, the mountain Sinai burned with fire, and the earth shook, and the hills were removed, and the mountains overthrown. The depths boiled, and all the inhabitable places were shaken, and flames of fire shone forth, and thunderings and lightnings were multiplied, and winds and tempests made a roaring. The stars were gathered together, collided, referring to the verse, he bowed the heavens also, or is it bowed? I never know if that's bowed or bowed. He bowed the heavens also, and came down, Psalms 18. Pseudo-Philo describes the events, I wonder why he says pseudo-Philo, describes the events of Mount Sinai, and says that the Lord impeded the course of the stars. The earth was stirred from her foundation, and the mountains and rocks trembled in their fastenings, and the clouds lifted up their waves against the flame of the fire, that it should not consume the world, and all the waves of the sea came together. The Hindus depict the cosmic catastrophe at the end of a world age. The whole world breaks into flames, so also 100,000 times 10 million worlds. All the peaks of Mount Saturnian, even those which are hundreds of leagues in height, crumble and disappear in the sky. The flames of fire raise up and envelope the heaven. The sixth sun, or sun age, ended. Similarly, in the Jewish tradition with the revelation at Sinai, the sixth world age was terminated and the seventh began. Theophany. Earthquakes are often accompanied by a roaring noise that comes from the bowels of the earth. This phenomenon was known to early geographers. Pliny wrote that earthquakes are preceded or accompanied by a terrible sound. Vaults supporting the ground give way, and it seems as though the earth heaves deep sighs. The sound was attributed to the gods and called theophany. The eruptions of volcanoes are also accompanied by loud noises. The sound produced by Krakatoa in the East Indies during the eruption of 1883 was so loud that it was heard as far as Japan, 3,000 miles away, the furthest distance traveled by sound recorded in modern annals. In the days of the Exodus, when the world was shaken and rocked, and all volcanoes vomited lava, and all continents quaked, the earth groaned almost unceasingly. At an initial stage of the catastrophe, according to Hebrew tradition, Moses heard the silence of the desert, the sound which he interpreted to mean, I am that I am Yahweh. Heard the people in the frightful night at the mountain of the law-giving. The whole mount quaked greatly, and the voice of the trumpet sounded long, and all the people saw the roars, and the torches, and the noise of the trumpet at the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they trembled, and stood afar off. It was a perfect setting for hearing words in the voice of nature and an uproar. An inspired leader interpreted the voice he heard, 10 long, trumpet-like blasts. The earth groaned for weeks now. All its strata had been disarranged, its orbit distorted, its world quarters displaced, its oceans thrown upon its continents, its seas turned into deserts, its mountains upheaved, its islands submerged, its rivers running upstream, the world flowing with lava shattered by meteorites, with yawning chasms, burning naphtha, vomiting volcanoes, shaking ground, a world enshrouded in an atmosphere filled with smoke and vapor, twisting of strata and building of mountains, earthquakes, rumbling of volcanoes, joined in an infernal din. It was the voice, not only in the desert of Sinai, the entire world must have heard it. The sky and earth resounded, mountains and hills were moved, says the Midrash. Loud did the firmament roar, and earth with echo resounded, says the Epic of Gilgamesh. In Hesiod, the huge earth groaned when Zeus lashed Typhon with his bolts. The earth resounded terribly, and the wide heaven above. The approach of two charged globes toward each other could also produce trumpet-like sounds, varying as the distance between them increased or lessened. It appears that this phenomenon is described by Pseudo-Philo as testimony of the trumpets between the stars and their lord. Here we can trace the origin of the Pythagorean notion of the music of the spheres, and the idea that stars make music. In Babylonia, the spheres of the planets were called voices, and they were supposed to produce music. According to Midrashic literature, the trumpet sounding at Mount Sinai had 7 different pitches or notes, and the rabbinical literature speaks of the heavenly music heard at the revelation. At the first sound, the sky and the earth moved. The seas and the rivers turned into flight. Mountains and hills were loosened in their foundations. Homer depicts a similar occurrence in these words. The wide earth rang, and round about great heaven pealed as with a trumpet. The world all burns at the blast of the horn, it is said in the Valuspa. According to the Hebrew tradition, all the nations heard the roaring of the law-giving. It appears that at Mount Sinai, the sound that sounded long rose 10 times. In this roaring, the Hebrews heard the dialogue, "Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal." These words of the Decalogue were not heard by Israel alone, but by the inhabitants of all earth. The divine voice divided itself into the 70 tongues of men, so that all might understand it. The souls of the heathens almost fled from them when they heard it. The din caused by the groaning earth repeated itself again and again, but not so loud as subterranean strata readjusted themselves after being dislocated. Earthquakes incessantly shook the ground for years. The papyrus Ippawur calls these years years of noise. Years of noise, there is no end to the noise. And again, oh, that earth would cease from noise, and tumults, uproar, be no more. The sound probably had the same pitch all over the world as it came from the deep interior of the earth, all of whose stratas were dislocated when it was thrown from its orbit and forced from its axis. The great king lawgiver of China, in whose time a dreadful cataclysm took place and the order of nature was disturbed, bore the name Yahoo. In the preface to the Shu King, attributed to Confucius, it is written, "Examining into antiquity, we find that the Emperor Yao was called Fang Hin. Yahoo was a surname given to him in the time following the flood, apparently inspired by the sound of the earth groaning. The same sound was heard in those years in the Western Hemisphere, or wherever the ancestors of the Indians then lived. They relate that once when the heavens were very close to the earth, all mankind lifted the sky, little by little, at the repeating, shouting Yahoo, which rang all over the world. In Indonesia, an oath is accompanied by the invocation of the heavenly bodies. An arrow is shot toward the sky, while all present raise a cry of Jujuhui. The same sound is heard in the very name Jove, Jupiter. The name Yahweh is preserved in shorter forms as well, Yahoo and Yo, hey yo, as the name of the deity in the Bible. Diodorus wrote of Moses that he had received his laws from God invoked by the name Io. In Mexico, Yao, or Yodel, is the god of war. The similarity of sound has already been noted. Nihonji, Chronicles of Japan, from the earliest times, begins with a reference to the time when of old heaven and earth were not yet separated, and the In and Yo not divided yet. Yo is the earth. The time when the sky touched the earth is the time when the heavy dust and vapor-charged clouds of the comet enveloped the globe and lay very close to the ground. End of subject. Emperor Yao. The history of China is commonly supposed to extend back to Grey Antiquity, but in reality the sources of the ancient period of Chinese past are very, very scanty, for they were destroyed by the Emperor Xingqi Huang 246 to 209 before the present era, BC. He ordered all books on history and astronomy as well as works of classic literature to be burned. Search for these books was made throughout the empire for this purpose. The story persists that a few remnants of the old literature were again put into writing from the memory of an old man. Some were said to have been found hidden in the sepulchre of Confucius, and are ascribed to his pen. Of these few remains of the old lore, the most cherished are those which tell of the Emperor Yahoo and his times. His personality and his period are considered as the most auspicious in Chinese annals. The history of China preceding his reign is ascribed to the mythical period of the Chinese past. In the days of Yahoo, the event occurred which separates the almost obliterated and very dim past of China from the period that is considered historical. China was overwhelmed by an immense catastrophe. At that time, the miracle is said to have happened that the sun, during a span of 10 days, did not set. The forests were ignited, and a multitude of abominable vermin was brought forth. In the lifetime of Yahoo, the sun did not set for 10 full days, and the entire land was flooded. An immense wave that reached the sky fell down on the land of China. The water was well up on the high mountains, and the foothills could not be seen at all. This recalls Psalm 104. The waters stood above the mountains. They go up by the mountains, and Psalm 107, the waves mount up to the heaven. Destructive in their overflow are the waters of inundation, said the emperor. In their vast extent, they embrace the hills and overtop the great heights. threatening the heavens with their floods. The emperor ordered that all efforts be made to open outlets for the waters that were caught in the valleys between the mountains. For many years, the population labored, trying to free the plains and valleys of the waters of the flood by digging channels and draining the fields. For a considerable number of years, all efforts were in vain. The minister who was in charge of this urgent and immense work, Khwan, that's Khwan, was sentenced to death because of his failure. For 9 years he labored, but the work was unaccomplished, and only his son, Yu, succeeded in draining the land. This achievement was so highly rated that Yu became Emperor of China after King Shun, first successor to Yahoo. This Yu was the founder of the new and notable dynasty called by his name. The chronicles of modern China preserve records of 1 million lives lost in a single overflow of the Yellow River. Another natural catastrophe, the earthquake, also caused great devastation in China at various times. It is estimated that in the year 1556, the quaking earth took 830,000 lives and 3 million in 1662. Was not the catastrophe of the time of Yahoo one of the major inundation of rivers, as modern scholars suppose it to have been? But the fact that this catastrophe has been vivid in traditions for thousands of years, while neither the overflow of the Yellow River, when 1 million people perished, nor the great earthquakes play a conspicuous part in the recollections of a nation, as an argument against the established interpretations. Rivers do not overflow in the form of a sky-high wave. The overflowing rivers of China subside in a few weeks, and the water does not remain in the plains until the following spring. It flows away, and the ground dries in a few more weeks. The flood of Yahoo required draining for many years, and during all this period, water covered the lower part of the country. Yahoo's reign is remembered for the following undertaking. This emperor sent scholars to different parts of China, and even to Indochina, to find out the location of north, west, east, and south, by observing the direction of the sun's rising and setting, and the motion of the stars. He also charged his astronomers to find out the duration of seasons, and to draw up a new calendar. The Shu King is called the oldest book of Chinese chronicles, rewritten from memory or from the hidden manuscript after the burning of books by Sin Chi Hung. In its oldest section, the Canon of Yahoo, it is written, "Thereupon Yahoo commanded he and Ho in reverent accordance with the wide heavens to calculate and delineate the movements and appearances of the sun, deliver respectfully the seasons to the people. The necessity soon thereafter, the flood, of finding anew the 4 directions, and learning anew the movements of the sun and the moon, of delineating the zodiacal signs, of compiling the calendar, of informing the population of China of the sequence of the seasons, creates the impression that during the catastrophe the orbit of the earth and the year, the inclination of the axis, and the seasons, the orbit of the moon and the month changed. We are not told what caused the cataclysm, but it is written in ancient annals that during the reign of Yahoo, a brilliant star issued from the constellation Yin. According to old Tibetan traditions, the highlands of Tibet, too, were flooded in a great cataclysm. The traditions of the Tibetans speak also of terrifying comets that caused great upheavals. Calculations were undertaken to establish the dates of the Emperor Yahoo on the basis of a remark that the constellation Nio, thought to he the constellation Hydra, culminated at sunset on the day of the vernal equinox in the time of Yahoo. It was reckoned that the flood occurred in the 23rd century before the present era, but this date has been questioned by many. Sometimes it has also been supposed that the flood of Yahoo was the Chinese story of the universal flood, but this point of view has been abandoned. The story of the deluge of Noah has its parallel in a Chinese tradition about a universal flood in prehistoric times, in the days of Fo He, or Fo Hai, who alone of all the country was saved. The flood of Yahoo is sometimes regarded as simultaneous with the flood of Ogigis. The flood of Ogigis, I think that's what it's pronounced like, did not occur in the 3rd millennium. Let's see if it is. Maybe it's not. Let's see what the computer voice says. Be real brief here. I have to put it in. Okay, then erase everything that comes with it, which is quite a bit, and then hit, and it shows me a beetle. Let's see how it pronounces it. Okay, here we go. You ready? Here we go. Oh, they're spelling it different. Hold on, I gotta find the right. Okay, there it is.
Ogeiges.
Ogeiges. It just depends on whether you go J or G with a G. To me, that would be Ogigis. It sounds better. Okay, back to the book. The synchronism of these devastations with the catastrophes of the days of Moses and Joshua will be demonstrated and supported by ancient and chronological sources. When we summarize what has been told about the time of Yahoo, we have the following data. The sun did not set for a number of days. The forests were set on fire. Vermin filled the country. A high wave reaching the sky poured over the face of the land and swept water over the mountain peaks and filled the valleys for many years. In the days of Yahoo, the four quarters of the heaven were established anew, and observations of the duration of the year and month and of the order of the seasons were made. The history of China in the period before this catastrophe is quite obliterated. All these data are in accord with the traditions of the Jewish people about the events connected with the Exodus. The sun disappeared for a number of days. The land was filled with vermin. Gigantic, sky-high tidal waves divided the sea. The world burned. As we shall see, the Hebrew sources too reveal that a new calendar was established, reckoning from the days of the catastrophe, and that the seasons, the four quarters of the heaven, were no longer the same. End of chapter. That wasn't so bad. That was pretty good. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for listening. Saturn's golden age, the age that man later called the age of Kronos, is remembered with nostalgia as an age of bliss. References to the age of Kronos in ancient lore are very numerous. Hesiod tells of a golden race of mortal men who lived in the time of Kronos when he was reigning in heaven, and they lived like gods, without sorrow of heart, remote and free from toil. Miserable age rested not on them. The fruitful earth unforced bare them fruit abundantly, and without stint. They dwelt in ease and peace upon their lands, with many good things. Similarly, writes Ovid in the 6th book of his Metamorphoses, in the beginning was the golden age, when men of their own accord, without threat of punishment, without laws, maintained good faith, and did what was right. The earth itself, without compulsion, untouched by the hoe, unfurrowed by any share, produced all things spontaneously. It was a season of everlasting spring. Rabbinical sources recount that men lived under very favorable conditions before the deluge, and that these contributed to their sinfulness. They knew neither toil nor care, and as a consequence of their extraordinary prosperity, they grew insolent. The dominance of Saturn at some remote period in the history of life of the peoples on Earth was of such pronounced and all-pervading character that the question arises whether the adventures of the planet going through many exploits could by itself be the full cause of the worship of the planet and the naming of the Golden Age, the age of Kronos, Saturn. Saturn exploded and caused the Earth to go through the greatest of its historical catastrophes, and this was completely sufficient to make of Saturn the supreme deity. But it appears that the age of Saturn is a name for the epoch before the deluge. After the deluge, Saturn, dismembered, almost ceased to exist as a planetary body, and when at length it was reconstituted, it was fettered by rings and was far from being the dominant celestial body that would behoove it as the supreme deity of the epoch. The age of Kronos is so glorious an age that it is hardly thinkable to connect it with the period after the deluge. The wailing for Adonis, Tammuz of the Babylonians, or Osiris of the Egyptians, deplored the end of its dominance, not the beginning of it. Then why was Saturn the supreme deity by whose name the great and glorious age before the deluge was named? Because it removed Uranus from its role of chief deity, and to the onlookers on Earth, emasculated him. If the distances between the Earth and Saturn and Uranus were then what they are now, then such occurrences could scarcely be observable. Uranus is only faintly visible in the night sky over Mesopotamia in a most translucent night. Saturn is clearly visible, but is not, for an unaided eye, a spectacle in the sky. It was more voluminous and more luminous before the deluge, but if it moved on an orbit not too different from the present one, and Earth were moving approximately in the same quarters where it moves today, then the surprise still persists as how a body on a 30-year-long orbit could make the inhabitants of the Earth on its 1-year-long orbit regard it as the supreme of all celestial bodies in the sky. The appellative sun employed for Saturn could be explained by its unusual brightness when it exploded as a nova for a short time. Actually, for 7 days before the beginning of the deluge on Earth, assuming the length of the day in those times to have been not too dissimilar from its present value, the velocity of the moving masses being in the order of 100 kilometers a second, or 8,600,000 kilometers in a 24-hour period, and the Earth and Saturn being on the closest points of their reciprocal orbits, or in conjunction, which is another surmise, in 7 days a distance of circa 60 million kilometers would be covered. On present orbits, the distance between Saturn and Earth varies from 1,279 million kilometers at superior conjunction and 1,578 million kilometers at opposition. The lesser of these distances is circa 21 times greater than that above calculated. This means also that unless the velocity of the ejected water was an order of magnitude greater than 100 kilometers per second, the distance between Saturn and Earth must have been substantially smaller than it is at present. I have rather arbitrarily selected a figure of 100 kilometers a second for the motion of the exploded material. Today, the escape velocity, or the speed required for a projectile on the surface of Saturn to leave the gravitational attraction of the planet, is but 35 kilometers a second. For Jupiter, the escape velocity is 59 kilometers a second. Assuming that Saturn was a mass equal to that of Jupiter, the same figure would apply to it too. With 100 kilometers a second, we have almost double the velocity of escape. The arbitrariness of the assumption of such velocity for our calculations is obvious, but if the set of figures is not too far from what they actually were, the conclusion would be that of Earth from Saturn was but a 20th part of what it is now. This would permit us to speculate whether Earth could, at some early period, have been a satellite of Saturn. The distance, 60 million kilometers, is commensurate with the distance of Mercury from the Sun, or 58 million kilometers. Jupiter's satellites revolve at distances up to 24 million kilometers from the primary. Theoretically, Saturn could have satellites as large as the Earth. The Moon is only 1/40th of the Earth in volume, whereas Saturn is 760 times larger than our planet. If such was ever the case, the age of Saturn, and the very unusual conditions under which mankind lived in it, and Saturn's worship prior to the deluge, would gain in meaning. The appellative sun used for Saturn would be understood as resulting not only from the great light it emitted for a short period when a nova, but also from its long-standing role of a primary for the revolving Earth. If there is truth in the surmise, and nothing more it is than a surmise, that the Earth was once a satellite of Saturn, the latter must have revolved closer to the Sun in order that the Earth should receive heat from it. Saturn exudes little heat, and if the age of Kronos was a golden age, then it is also proper to assume that the conditions on the satellite Earth were not unfavorable for life. The geological record documents extreme climates for the past of the Earth, times when corals grew in the Arctic, and times when the Earth, partly even on the equator, was fettered by ice. Such climates require definitely abnormal conditions that could be created only by varying positions of our planet as an astronomical body. Therefore, surmises as made in this section are not in conflict with geological and paleoclimatological records, yet it is not what could have taken place, but what took place, or the historical record that is the proper goal for inquest. In the absence of direct indications, we may only deal with the problem of the Earth as a satellite of Saturn as a hypothetical construction, requiring further elucidation. It is assumed by modern astronomy that the ninth planet, Pluto, was once a satellite of Neptune, which, having collided with Triton, another satellite of the planet, was thrown out of the ring and became an independent planet. The satellite Triton, however, as a consequence of the collision, reversed the direction of its revolution and became a retrograde satellite. Another instance of a postulated conversion of a planetary satellite into an independent planet is discussed by Van Flandern and Harrington in their paper, A Dynamical Investigation of the Conjecture that Mercury is an Escaped Satellite of Venus. Thus, the principle of a conversion of a satellite into a planet in its own right is not a phenomenon that is discussed here for the first time. The golden age of Saturn, or Kronos, came to its end when the supreme god of that period, the planet Saturn, was broken up. The age of Kronos was not the earliest age of which man retained some, however, dim memories, but farther into the past, the dimness amounts almost to darkness. Deification. Imagination of the peoples should be preoccupied with them and should ascribe to them mythological deeds. Yet the ancient mythologies of the Chaldeans, the Greeks, the Romans, the Hindus, the Mayans, preoccupy themselves not with the sun or the moon, but prima facie with the planets. Marduk, the great god of the Babylonians, was the planet Jupiter. So was Ammon of the Egyptians, Zeus of the Greeks, and Jupiter of the Romans. It was much superior to Shamash, Helios, the sun. Why was it revered by all peoples? Why was the planet Mars chosen to be the personification of the god of war? Why did Kronos of the Greeks, Saturn of the Romans, play a part in hundreds of myths and legends? Thoth of the Egyptians, Nebo and Nergal of the Babylonians, Mithra and Mazda of the Persians, Vishnu and Shiva of the Hindus, Bachi-Palazzi and Quetzalcoatl of the Mexicans were a personification of planets. Innumerable hymns were dedicated to them, and adventures and exploits ascribed to them. The life of our planet has its real source in the sun, wrote E. Renan. All force is a transformation of the sun. Before religion had gone so far as to proclaim that God must be placed in the absolute and the ideal, that is to say, outside of the world. One cult only was reasonable and scientific, and that was the cult of the sun. But the sun was subordinate to the planets, even though they are not conspicuous, poor sources of light, and no sources of warmth. The night sky illuminated by stars is majestic. The geometrical figures of the constellations such as Pleiades, Orion, the Great Bear, rolling from east in the evening to west before morning, are favorite motifs in poetry, no less than the sun and the moon. But the discrepancy in the choice of motifs by the ancients becomes still more obvious. The constellations of the sky took only a minor and incidental part in the mythology of the ancient peoples. The planets were the major gods, and they rule the universe. It is not easy to understand the idea, which was the basis for the identification of the Babylonian gods with the planets, writes an author. But the same process of identification of major gods with the planets can be found in the religions of the peoples in all parts of the world. The planets were not affiliated to the gods or symbols of the gods. They were the gods. In prayers and liturgies, they were invoked as gods. The greater gods, even when addressed by the name in prayer, were regarded as astral powers. This or that planet is selected, according to the text of the prayer, from the multitude of the stars of heaven to receive a gift. The planetary gods are much the most powerful of all. Their positions in the sky, their reciprocal relations, have a decisive influence on all physical and moral phenomena of the world. The great majority of us moderns pay no attention to these points in the night sky, and probably not 1 in 10 or even in 100 is able to point to Jupiter or Mars in the firmament. The planets changed their places, but not conspicuously. Were they indebted for their deification to this slow movement by which they differ from the fixed stars? Did Zeus, Jupiter, Marduk, Ammon become the supreme deity, the thunderer and dreadful lord of the universe, only because of his slow movement? He passes in 12 years the cycle of the zodiac, traversed by the sun in 24 hours, and by the moon even quicker. When seen with the naked eye, the planet Jupiter distinguishes itself from the fixed stars of first magnitude only by this slow change of position. Augustine, confused by the problem of the deification of the planets, wrote in the 4th century, "But possibly these stars, which have been called by their names, are these gods. They call a certain star Mercury, and likewise a certain other star Mars. But among those stars, which are called by the name of gods, is that one which they call Jupiter, and yet with them Jupiter is the world. There also is that one they call Saturn, and yet they give him no small property beside, namely all seeds. Mercury, the closest to the sun, is barely visible, being hidden in the sun's rays. But the ancients made the planet Mercury into a great god, Hermes or Nebo. Why was it feared and worshipped? What is there generally in the planets to inspire awe, so as to influence people to build temples for them, to sing liturgies, to bring sacrifices, to narrate legends, and to dedicate to them the domain of science, of war, of agriculture? The key to this problem, which is the major problem of all classical mythology, is already in our hands. The planet Venus was deified because of its dramatic appearance and because of the havoc it brought to the world, as described in Worlds in Collision. I illuminated also the events which made Mars a feared god. Divine qualities were ascribed to the other planets because of the catastrophes they wrought in earlier ages. In the Persian holy books, it is said that on the planets depends the existence or non-existence of the world. Wherefore are they especially to be venerated? The 7 planets rule the universe, says a Nabatean inscription. The Greeks and Romans believed that everything is in fact subject to the changes brought about by the revolutions of the stars. The celestial orbs, by their combined movements, are the authors of all that was and is to come. According to ancient Hebrew traditions, there are 7 archangels, each of whom is associated with a planet. The 7 archangels were believed to play an important part in the universal order through their associations with planets. The reason for the deification of the planets lay in the fact that the planets, only a short time ago, were not faultlessly circling celestial bodies, nor were they harmless. This is also expressed in a Mandean text. How cruel are the planets to stay there and conspire evil in their rage. The planets conspire in rage against us. Among the Persians, see the Davestan. Babylonian Magic and Sorcery, London, 1896. L.W. King. I'd like to get a hold of that book. Maybe not. I don't know. The City of God, 1907, by M. Dodds. This was the teaching of Anaxagoras, as reported Diogenes. The deification of the planets is advocated in the Platonic Eponymus 471. The origin of belief among the Greeks in the divinity of the heavenly bodies. Harvard, 1940. Symbolism, astronomy, mystique, Jewish magic and superstition, New York, 1939. And that's about it. In case you were wondering about the deification of the planets, there it is. All I think is that the evidence is there on the surface of the planets, on their tilts and axes, and the myth. Put them together, and some kind of Saturn theory indeed took place. Saturn was called the god of seeds, or of sowing, also the lord of field fruits. A deluge destroying much faunal life must have caused a dissemination of plants. In many places, new forms of vegetation must have sprouted from the rich soil fertilized by lava and mud. Seeds were carried from all parts of the globe, and in many instances, because of the change in climate, they were able to grow in new surroundings. The axis of the Earth was displaced. The orbit changed. The speed of rotation altered. The conditions of irrigation became different. The composition of the atmosphere was not the same. Entirely new conditions of growth prevailed. Ovid thus describes the exuberant growth of vegetation following the flood. After the old moisture remaining from the flood had grown warm from the rays of the sun, the slime of the wet marshes swelled with heat, and the fertile seeds of life nourished in that life-giving soil, as in a mother's womb grew, and in time took on some special form. When, therefore, the earth covered with mud from the recent flood became heated up by the hot and genial rays of the sun, she brought forth innumerable forms of life, in part of ancient shapes, and in part creatures new and strange. The innumerable new forms of life in the animal and plant kingdoms following the deluge could have been solely a result of multiple mutations. Although this seems a sufficient explanation of why and how Saturn came to be credited with the work of dissemination and mutation, the mention of another possibly should not be omitted. If it is true that the Earth passed through the gases exploded from Saturn, it should not be entirely excluded that germs were carried together with meteorites and gases and thus reached the Earth. The scholarly world in recent years has occupied itself with the idea that microorganisms, living cells or spores, can reach the Earth from interstellar spaces, carried along by the pressure of light rays. The explosion of a planet is a more likely method of carrying seeds and spores through interplanetary spaces. New forms of life could be the result of mutations, a subject I have discussed in Earth in a View. The possibility that seeds were carried away from an exploding planet cannot be dismissed either. Saturn was credited with the introduction of agriculture in Italy. In Greece, Kronos was closely associated with the harvest of grain. Among the Egyptians, it was said that of Cyrus its seeds. In Babylonia, during the festival marking the drowning of Tammuz, grains and plants were thrown upon the waves. The effects of nearby supernovae on the biospheres have been the object of intensive study by a geologist in recent years. In an attempt to account for abrupt changes in the history of life on this planet, C.D. Russell and W. Tucker, Supernova and the Extinction of the Dinosaurs, Nature, February 19, 1971. Sudden extinctions were followed by the appearance of new species, quite different from those preceding them in the stratigraphic record. In a relatively brief interval, whole genera were annihilated, giving way to new creatures of radically different aspect, having little in common with the forms they replaced. N.D. Newell, Revolution in the History of Life, Geological Society of America, Special Papers. Punctuated Equilibria, the tempo and mode of evolution reconsidered. It's 1977. Thus, over the past 2 to 3 decades, many geologists and paleontologists have found themselves increasingly drawn to the view that the observed abrupt changes in the biosphere, such as that which marked the end of the Mesozoic, and is thought to have brought with it the extinction of the dinosaurs, among other animal groups, could best be explained by the exposure of then living organisms to massive doses of radiation coming from a nearby supernova. The radiation would annihilate many species, especially those whose representatives, whether because of their large size or for other reasons, were unable to shield themselves from the powerful rays. At the same time, new organisms would be created through mutations and macroevolution. See Velikovsky's comments in The Pitfalls of Radiocarbon Dating. In the catastrophe of the deluge, which I ascribe to Saturn exploding as a nova, the cosmic rays must have been very abundant to cause massive mutations among all species of life. Animals would suffer much more severely than plants. On plants, the principal effective would be mutagenic. See K.D. Terry and W.H. Tucker, Biologic Effects of Supernovae, 1968. Fred Hoyle, Does Epidemic Disease Come from Outer Space? 17th November, 1977.
It was Velikovsky's claim that only a few thousand years ago, a period of chaos reigned in the solar system. One of the planets closely associated with Earth was Saturn, and watery filaments rained on our planet following Saturn's violent flare-up. Decades later, based on the respective research of Dave Talbot and Eduardo Cardona, Thornhill developed his own model of a primordially close relationship between Earth and Saturn, which was the source of all the water in our oceans, while leaving remnants in its rings. Today, Thornhill continues his presentation, shifting his focus to his own successful predictions for the Saturnian system, including the mysterious moon Titan.
Before I tell the epic story, a warning. Our education systems train students to memorize a litany of facts, which produces global groupthink. Students are not given the time or encouragement to critically examine the history of ideas. A leading researcher into the learning functions of the divided brain, Dr. Ian McGilchrist, has shown such blinkered left hemisphere training renders students functionally blind to alternative ways of looking at a problem. The left hemisphere simply blocks out everything that doesn't fit with its take. It doesn't see it, actually, at all. So scientists with their narrow specialized training may look at but cannot see what to a non-expert may seem obvious. They will be the last to see a paradigm shift in the making. This is particularly evident for electrical phenomena in space. Even the Nobel Prize-winning founder of the idea of an electric universe, Hans Wolfgang, was ignored when he warned in his 1970 acceptance speech of an inevitable crisis in astrophysics if electric circuits in space are not recognized. Houston, we still have that problem after almost 50 years.
Have the links there with 24.
I have lived since a teenager with uncertainty about accepted truths and learned to have the courage to challenge them. The result is not chaos, but a synthesis of ideas that explains the old ideas better and finds new ways of incorporating what seems a chaos of anomalies. And the best test is that of classical physics, simplification. The resulting paradigm shift is not a threat, but an invitation to the greatest adventure we may ever know, to begin to understand our real place in the universe for the first time. In our electric universe, stars and planets are formed at the same time inside molecular clouds, along a snaking cosmic lightning bolt. Gravity plays no role in the process. Since cosmic lightning takes the form of a twisted pair of current filaments, it is found that most stars are in pairs, or multiples. Planets will tend to do the same. Like the snaking filaments in a novelty plasma ball, the star-forming filament moves on, leaving a string of massive objects behind to gravitationally form the weird and theoretically challenging zoo of exoplanetary systems recently discovered. Some gas giant planets are subsequently formed in close orbits about a star that has ejected charged matter to achieve stability with a changed electrical environment. The ejection flares may account for the flickering of newborn stars, which can't be explained by gravitational accretion. This explains the unexpected hot Jupiters seen in large numbers closely orbiting other stars. The most numerous stars in the galaxy, brown dwarfs, which would appear reddish if they could be seen with the naked eye, are generally classed as failed stars, yet they have the baffling ability to produce massive stellar flares. This is simply explained because red stars don't have the ability of main-sequence bright stars to control their current by a transistor-like action in their photospheric plasma. A brown dwarf can only respond by discharging matter electrically. The capture process of a brown dwarf star involves flaring and ejection of charged matter by that body in order to achieve a new electrical equilibrium in its adopted family. That accounts for the large number of close-orbiting moons of our captured gas giants in remote orbits. With this in mind, I want to take you back to just before the famous Cassini-Huygens space probe was to arrive at Saturn on July the 1st, 2004. In news reports, Saturn was dubbed the original Lord of the Rings. There is a profound truth behind such a glib turn of phrase, but it wasn't until the advent of the telescope that Christian Huygens in 1656 was able to suggest that Saturn had a ring. So how do we explain the Saturnian ring symbolism that pervades our cultures? The halo of the saints, the royal crown, and the ring given in marriage are Saturnian symbols, as are the circled or Celtic cross, the Egyptian Ansate cross or Ankh, the Eye of Ra, and the astronomically baffling star inside the crescent. The star at the top of the lighted Christmas tree is pure Saturnian imagery. It is truly amazing that we are still haunted by prehistoric archetypes. It helps us to understand the extraordinary archetypal attraction of Tolkien's fantasy of Lord of the Rings. He was well versed in mythology. The following description of events is based on the surprisingly detailed and truly remarkable scholarship of Talbot and Cardona, which required explanations with the physics of an electric universe. Let's call our primordial star Proto-Saturn. It was an independent brown dwarf with its own entourage of satellites, including the Earth, Mars, and Titan. Proto-Saturn's dim reddish light was due to a glowing red anode plasma sheath, much larger than the Sun, enclosing Proto-Saturn and its inner satellites in a radiant cell. The term dwarf star is purely theoretical, since they are difficult to see and measure. In fact, NASA reported a brown dwarf which was radiating as if it had twice the expected surface area. The environment inside the radiant red shell is most hospitable for life on any enclosed satellites because there are no seasons and water is conspicuous in the spectra of such stars. Water misted down on this planet continually, and red light is ideal for photosynthesis, which explains the abundance of ferns and other vegetation globally in the Carboniferous era. But there is a catch. Brown dwarf stars are known to flare, sometimes to the extent, as one astronomer commented, that any satellites would suffer a very bad day. Such flaring by Proto-Saturn accounts for the geological strata and the fossil record of a number of global mass extinctions and instant burial of dismembered plant and animal remains. As we approached the Sun from deep space, our plasma sheath flickered like a faulty electric light when the two stellar plasma sheaths, or magnetospheres, began to clash. Proto-Saturn's galactic electrical power was usurped by the Sun, and its appearance changed dramatically. Before dimming forever, the dwarf star Proto-Saturn would have flared brilliantly like a comet, ejecting charged matter to relieve the electrical stresses caused by the sudden change in environment. Even now, the former star has not completely cooled. Saturn still radiates more than twice the heat it receives from the Sun. And we have a simple explanation for the origin of Saturn's mysteriously short-lived water ice rings. As the proto-Saturnian system approached the Sun in the outer solar system, our minor star's gravitational sphere of influence steadily shrank, and its outer satellites were progressively stripped away. This and the earlier capture of the other gas giants provides the source of trans-Neptunian objects, as they're known, including Pluto with its unexpected geology and atmosphere, and its peculiar moons. There is a simple physical characteristic that links a captured star with its offspring. It is the axial tilts. Like our close-orbiting moon, satellites tend to orbit their primary with the same face always turned toward it. If they orbit in the equatorial plane, their spin axis will be aligned with that of the primary. As gyroscopes, the satellites will retain the same tilt even if jolted from their orbit, although the process may induce a wobble of the spin axis. It is therefore highly significant that the two key planets identified in the ancient pantheons, Saturn and Mars, have axial tilts closely similar to that of the Earth. The tilt of Saturn at 27 degrees to the ecliptic plane is itself an enigma, unless it formed independently from the Sun. Venus was described as a spectacular discharging body in the ancient congregation of planets. It can be explained if Venus was ejected in the flare-up of Proto-Saturn, and the infall of the stream of ejected matter from swiftly rotating Proto-Saturn gave Venus a slow retrograde spin. The magnitude of the axial tilt of Venus to the ecliptic is much less than Saturn's, which suggests that Venus was ejected from a low latitude. This accounts for the hellish temperature and new surface of Venus, having been recently spat from the mantle of a brown dwarf star. Its filamentary equatorial scars caused by spectacular radial discharging, and its thick atmosphere inherited from the brown dwarf and subsequently modified by interplanetary and cometary discharges. Venus still has a cometary magneto-tail stretching to the Earth's orbit, and its mountain tops glow with plasma discharges, which return Magellan's radar signals as unexplained shininess.
A historical synopsis of Saturnian cosmology from John Cook's website, saturniancosmology.org. There will be a link in the description. It gets pretty deep. The chapters of this site will propose that the biology of our planet, our culture, our psychology, and our very existence are the result of a series of incidents arising from the interaction between Earth and other planets within the solar system, most notably Saturn. The biology of Earth is such that a complete accident, and so utterly unlike it, will not have ever been duplicated anywhere at any time among the billions of other star systems. But here on Earth, all of it, especially the rise of complex species since the Cambrian period 560 million years ago, can be attributed to a series of cataclysmic plasma strikes by Saturn, each of a very long duration. Biologists claim 10,000 years for the extinction events. My original estimate was 15,000 years. As hominids, we survived the last externally induced extinction event, which gave rise to 8 competing subspecies over the course of the last 3 million years. Our only contribution to our distinction from other animals was the invention 10,000 years ago of language and its subsequent cultural transmission that set the stage for further development of our humanity. Much later on, and much closer to our time, subjective consciousness. It all started very long ago, at one time, and from its genesis, Earth was a planet in orbit around Saturn, a brown dwarf star, toward the end of the Precambrian, 600 million years ago. The Saturnian system intersected with the solar system. Saturn was swept around the sun and back into deep space, to return at regular 26 to 27 million year intervals over the course of time. Some of the satellites, planets of Saturn, were wrenched from their orbits around Saturn to end up revolving around the sun instead. The Earth likely became a solar system planet at the end of the Permian, 250 million years ago. From 600 million years ago, Saturn kept entering the solar system regularly to disturb its lost satellites, now circling the sun. At about 3 million years ago, Saturn likely had a run-in with Jupiter, a solar system planet at that time, orbiting the sun at a distance probably somewhat less than the Earth's orbit today. The orbital period of Saturn was significantly reduced as a result. During the last 3 million year period, Saturn started scavenging its lost satellites, and perhaps solar system planets, all in orbit close to the sun. The possibility of a captured planet again orbiting Saturn at its equator is virtually nil. Instead, the scavenged planets ended up in superpolar or subpolar locations, the only locations which seem to be dynamically stable. Because Saturn had come in from outside of the solar system, and most likely was a star originally, it would have been at a very high positive charge level, distinct from the solar system planets. Solar system planets would have been attracted to Saturn when Saturn entered the solar system, rather than be repelled, as would be the case of two planets with nearly equal values of charge. Saturn, with its stack of captured planets, was seen by hominids, Homo erectus, and recorded in the shapes of artifacts in the Paleolithic of about 2 million years ago, and by humans, Homo sapiens, as carved images in the Upper Paleolithic from 30,000 BC, and by the hundreds of millions during the early Neolithic, 10,000 to 3,000 BC, when the stack of planets was much more frequently seen. At about 10,900 BC, Earth, at that time a planet of the Sun, made an electric field contact with Saturn, causing 1,500 years of darkness. Shadow on Earth. The period of darkness is recognized by many of the world's creation myths, and was recorded in the illustrated graphic books of Mesoamerica, references to which are made in colonial period documents. Climatologically, the period is identified today as the Younger Dryas, when for some 1,500 years Earth got as cold as it had ever been. Over the next 7,000 years, the orbit of Earth, apparently equal to the orbit of Saturn at that time, but below Saturn, progressively moved laterally to have Earth's orbital path eventually travel below the center of Saturn. Thus, between 10,900 BC and 3147 BC, Earth was part of a strange configuration of stacked planets, a condition which provided long summers and a mild climate in the northern hemisphere. Planets dominated by the giant form of Saturn stood above the north horizon and close to Earth, but measured in millions of miles, and were taken by humans to be gods, who supported them and for whose benefit they labored at agriculture and conducted trade. Initially, during a 1500-year period after 10,900 BC, when the cold of the Younger Dryas set in, and long before Saturn was clearly seen, 3 fiercely lighted ball plasmoids were seen far south of Earth. Below the South Pole, between about 10,900 BC and 8347 BC, these connected to Saturn in the north via strands of brilliant arcs of electrons. Forms of various shapes ran south over these electron lines, traveling toward the 3 plasmoids. The moving shapes were taken to be dead animals and dead humans. The objects in the sky became the basis for all original religions and a good deal of mythology throughout the world, for they persisted in showing nightly and seasonally over the course of 2,500 years to 8347 BC, although only for 3 periods of hundreds of years. For the people of Mesoamerica, the year 8347 BC, when the last of the plasmoids extinguished after 2,500 years, was the end of their first tally of years, which accounted for the first creation. We know only a little about these ball plasmoids from obscure mythological references, and we would still not know very much if it had not been for an investigation undertaken by a team led by Anthony Peratt of Los Alamos National Labs of some 4 million petroglyphs worldwide, carved high up on mountainsides facing in all directions, but always with a clear view toward the south. That study, published in the journal IEEE Transactions on Plasma Science in 2003, was an absolutely astounding revelation. More on that in a later chapter. In 4077 BC, Saturn dropped its coma. This had been the chaos before creation, which had lasted some 7,000 years. It had obscured Saturn and its companion satellites. Saturn went nova. It switched to arc mode. In a mass expulsion, Saturn produced its rings and a new satellite, Venus, and perhaps another. That's interesting. So they're saying that Venus came from Saturn and not Jupiter, like Velikovsky does. Okay. And Saturn lit up more brilliantly than the sun to the humans of Earth, who had not clearly seen the real sun for thousands of years because of the shadow of the Younger Dryas, followed by the obscurity of the enclosing plasmasphere of Saturn. This was the start of creation, start of time, and the first showing of the land and its resident gods, the satellites of Saturn. Saturn was universally called the sun throughout the world. In Central America, the Popol Vuh, written circa AD 1600 from much older records, recounts, like a man was the sun when it showed itself. It showed itself when it was born and remained fixed in the sky like a mirror. Certainly it was not the same sun which we see. It is said in their old tales. In arc mode, Saturn would have lost its glow mode coma, but it apparently retained a plasma stream connection to Earth. The sun, and the real sun, lighted part of the edge of Saturn in a crescent, which revolved around Saturn on a daily basis, visually caused by a daily rotation of Earth below Saturn. This stack of planets consisted from top to bottom of Uranus, on its side as today, and Neptune, both hidden by Saturn below them, known in Mesoamerica from earlier times. I suspect that these 3 planets had been seen together for perhaps 2 million years, initially by Homo erectus. Below Saturn, the following were located from top to bottom: Mercury joined the group in about 14,000 BC. Mars, resident probably since at least 30,000 BC or earlier, and Earth joined the group after 10,900 BC. In 3147 BC, this configuration of standing planets broke apart, with three large planets moving far away from the Sun, and Earth and Venus released to overlapping inner orbits. The breakup produced a stupendous flood of the waters, which had been held at the South Polar region due to the gravitational attraction of Saturn for some 7,000 years. The water held at the South Pole was due to the lifting up of the Earth's crust in the Arctic and the sinking toward the Earth's interior in the Antarctic. Flood stories are ubiquitous, found in over 500 independent myths, all with the same coherent details. The survivors included people far inland and those living already on mountain slopes, and apparently the people of the Nile Delta and northern Mesopotamia. The only recourse to a livelihood for many of the survivors was agriculture, which soon sprang up simultaneously in 6 unconnected regions of Earth. The breakup was caused by Jupiter, which had circled the Sun as an inner planet up to that time. Jupiter was subsequently seen receding in the skies, surrounded by a coma visually 3 times larger than the diameter of the Moon today. Below the south pole of Jupiter extended a gigantic plasma outpouring, making it look like Jupiter was resting on a mountain. It was green initially. Above the planet were much smaller horn-like extensions. The whole of this looked like a person in a mantle, but was also identified as the bowl of heaven. Jupiter was taken as the new god, called the Younger. Jupiter retained its massive lower outpouring until it entered the asteroid belt in about 2860 BC, after which the coma reduced in size and changed its shape. After 3070 BC, Mars and Mercury, which had remained in their positions below Saturn, were released when Saturn entered the asteroid belt. The two planets crossed Earth's orbit for about 300 years, overriding the Earth's orbit close to Earth on a 30-year or 15-year average intervals. At those times, Mars was at times brought into plasma contact with Earth, looking like a squat mountain which circled the Earth. The visual effect of the rotation of Earth, with Saturn and Jupiter both disappearing into the ecliptic. Mars was held to be the god in charge of Earth, Horus of the Egyptians. This lasted till about 2750 BC or 2700 BC, after which the irregular visits of Mars ended its elliptical orbit, perhaps rotating away from Earth, an apocytal precession. In the next century, people throughout the world start building pyramids in imitation of the disappeared mountain of Mars, all within 100 years of each other. In Egypt, Mesopotamia, England, China, and the Andes of South America, and many other locations such as Greece and the Balkans, as has been discovered in recent years, although not validated. We have recorded histories of these celestial events, especially in Mesoamerica. There are accurate descriptions of the rings and a number of satellites of Saturn, the cloud bands and satellites of Jupiter, and the scarred surface and satellites of Mars, all dating from antiquity, spanning cultures worldwide. The Egyptians produced schematic images of the original configuration of Saturn and the satellite planets below, and have a record of early close passes by Mars. Mesopotamians also produced images of planets, graphically showing, for example, all the satellites of Jupiter. The Maya, from Olmec sources, have an undated record of the planetary movements from long before 3147 BC, and a dated record of later events which matches what can be gleaned from Eastern Mediterranean sources. The Aztecs produced graphic images of these planets, although anthropomorphized to gods and produced very late. South Sea Islanders have similar records of rings of Saturn. India has similar recollection of these events extending over millions of lines of poetry. The Quiche, Maya, Papa Vu, and pages of the Maya books of the Chilumbalam makes casual reference to the period of 13,000 years ago, probably 10,900 BC, One page of the Chilumbalum records 7 appearances of the Saturnian planets as far back as perhaps 40,000 years, which can be correlated with atmospheric carbon-14 records dating from 50,000 BP. Over the next 2,500 years, 3147 BC to 685 BC, the inner planets interfered with Earth at intervals, although very infrequently. There were 4 major additional incidents. The damage often was localized in latitude, although, for example, a continuous lightning strike might have encircled the globe in circa 1492 BC, and certainly repeatedly in the 8th and 7th century BC. As recalled by nearly all peoples on all continents, the most terrifying incident, however, happened in 2349 BC, when an alignment with Venus, 20 million miles away at the time, 32,200,000 kilometers, produced an Earth shock in the northern hemisphere, tilting the Earth's axis away from the Sun temporarily and tilting up the equatorial rings of the Earth. Earth at one time had equatorial rings. This was followed perhaps 6 hours later by the arrival of a massive disconnected plasmoid lightning bolt from Venus, which hit the rings almost broadside, followed somewhat later by lesser bolts recorded in Mesoamerica and China. The electric contact with Venus turned the equatorial rings blood red and caused the destruction of the rings. Lightning bolts arc up to the rings from the Earth's ionosphere layers and the lower equatorial plasma toroid, the Van Allen belt. The sky bled for 3 days, and only a single ring remained. Dust continued to rain down for the next 4,000 years until AD 1600. The cleared southern skies, previously obscured by the Earth's rings, revealed a multitude of stars for the first time, most notably the Pleiades, located directly south at midnight, 2 nights after the equinox. The equatorial plasma toroid would have also arced to the surface of Earth, producing months of torrential rains. To humanity, the sea of the Earth's equatorial rings in the south sky, the Absu, had collapsed to Earth, and the event was almost everywhere understood as a second flood of stupendous proportion. The Bible recalls this event as the flood of Noah, but to most peoples, the blood seen in the sky suggested the wholesale slaughter of humanity, and any number of raging goddesses or dragons were assigned to this event in mythology worldwide. Kali, Tiamat, Manath, Sekhmet, Hathor, and much later, Beowulf's Grendel. After 2.5 days, Jupiter appeared again with its previous giant coma and lower mantle, again understood as a mountain, as if risen from the dead. In fact, the rise of the equatorial in the sky made it look as if Jupiter rose up out of the cave previously seen as the shadow of the Earth on the rings. The cave-shaped shadow opened up as the Earth regained its normal inclination, and Jupiter rose out of this to a location above it. Jupiter had stopped the dragon from killing additional humans. The event itself remains commemorated as the Day of the Dead, which is why they wear Halloween masks on Halloween. It's so that the spirits don't recognize them, the ones that might want revenge. I believe that's what that's about. And is almost universally associated with the culmination of the Pleiades in autumn. Echoes of the fall of the rings and the surrounding circumstances continued to resound in mythology and, to this day, in the theologies and practices of many religions, especially the resurrection of Jupiter on the 3rd day. Many nations also date the start of all sensible history and their calendars from this event. Strangely, this event is simply not noted by any of the catastrophists. Even Velikovsky remained unaware of it. Interesting. 800 years later, in 1492 BC, Venus again made an electric contact with Earth, causing a crushing repulsive blow in the East Central Pacific. The Pacific Islands were wiped clean of any trace of humans, except for the petroglyphs carved on every island thousands of years earlier. Coastal South America and Central America were inundated with water, leaving seawater traces in lakes high up in the Andes, and possibly causing a sudden rise in the coastal range of the Andes by thousands of feet. The blow was followed by an electric arc traveling through the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, and part of India, following a path of increasingly higher latitude into the Mediterranean as the Earth's axis angled back toward the sun. Moses made his escape from Egypt during the turmoil. The event is recalled in mythology as the attack of the monster Typhon, who is struck down by Zeus. The major result of the contact was a 30% increase in the orbit of the Earth. The year went from 273 days to 360 days. Venus probably came no closer than 10 million miles. In this instance, 16 million kilometers. Something else was initiated at this time. The movement of tribes away from devastated areas and failing climates into new regions happened after 1492 BC. Tribes of Central Asia entered India, Anatolia, and Greece. Tribes from Asia Minor settled in Italy, as well as at later dates also. People everywhere met strangers and had to cope with new living conditions. This resulted in an expansion of our imagination as a way of coping with these changes. The development of subjective consciousness. Before this time, there was little need to deal with change. The people of Egypt and Mesopotamia, for whom we have records, have remained stagnant in the way of life of their forebears for thousands upon thousands of years. The development of subjective consciousness, as opposed to mere consciousness, was a cultural innovation and a major change which made us humans. Subjective consciousness came to be taught to children by parents, exactly like language is taught. The teaching of subjective consciousness, like the teaching of language, can be readily observed today. Note 5. Another 700 years later, 806 BC to 687 BC, Mars closed in on Earth with repeated electric arc contact at 15-year intervals. A major Earth shock in 747 BC and a minor shock in 686 BC, this last caused by Mercury. Earlier, Mars also interfered with Earth in similar fashion at the close of the early Bronze Age, 1935 to circa 1700 BC, which includes the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Mars came close, perhaps within 40,000 miles of Earth. The interactions, as a result, were completely
Sorry to interrupt, but you know, for a long time I've thought about what is subjective consciousness. I took it as not really knowing as like what we think we broadcast to other people. That's what I thought it was. Here's the definition. I just looked it up for the first time. Subjective consciousness refers to a state of consciousness in which a person is constantly aware of his or herself as well as outside factors. Study of this state has achieved high priority in modern philosophy of mind, the mind-body problem, or consciousness studies. It's how we think we appear to other people. A lot of our mannerisms are based on that, I guess, premise. Anyways, I just thought you might want to know that.
really different from the long-distance shock due to Venus. The destructions of the 8th and 7th century BC were spread over long stretches from Central Asia to the Western Mediterranean and through to Mexico and southern United States, from the Persian Plateau to Greece, in swaths measuring more than 600 miles wide. Hilltop citadels were destroyed by quake-like convulsions, much more extensive than any earthquake, and by massive lightning strikes. Cities and citadels were buried under yards of carbonized material mixed with soil. The soil and burned forests were dropped whenever the traveling lightning bolt paused at a hilltop. Now, that's pretty crazy. I mean, this lightning bolt traveling around, just going anywhere. These simultaneous destructions have been noted in the archaeological record. and include the events of the 8th and 7th century as well as 1935 BC. De Grazia estimates that only 2.5% of the original population of 200 million of the Mediterranean region survived. Bolsena, a city in Italy, was obliterated by a lightning bolt measuring more than 5 miles, 8 kilometers in diameter. If we are to believe Pliny, who presents this from older Etruscan sources, the circular lake at Bolsena is larger than any volcanic caldera. Mars became the next sky god to set a tone for human conduct lasting this day. The destructions of the 8th and 7th century BC obliterated the coastal areas of Greece and coastal Anatolia. The remnant population turned to raiding and became the pirates celebrated in the Iliad as the Egyptian people of the sea. The Iliad reveals that these were no sailors. Warfare and the extraction of tribute also became a way of life for the Assyrians, who plundered from Elam to Egypt. The change in humanity, however, which suddenly brought people up to our current expectations, was an event which happened early in the 7th century BC. In 685 BC, Venus and Mercury blazed as bright as the sun and were seen in the daytime skies with the sun for 40 days, starting on June 15th. The event was probably an extraordinary plasma outpouring by the sun, brought on by a sudden relocation of Mercury to within the orbit of Venus in the previous year. In July 685 BC, actually the astronomical year minus 685, corrected from 680 BC, Julian in the Eastern Mediterranean chronology. Ah, okay, so that's what the minus is for. It's different. It's astronomical. Okay. Jupiter also erupted in a coma in response to the sun's increased output of plasma. And on July 14th, sent a return lightning stroke, a plasmoid bolt headed for the sun. It arrived at the sun on July 25th. The plasmoid, which passed by the Earth at a distance of 30 million miles, 48 million kilometers, was seen in foreshortened form by Asia and Europe. How about that Jupiter taking a swing at the sun? And is depicted in sculptures and illustrations and even on coins. The Mediterranean nations thought that Venus, or Mercury, was struck, the bolt from Zeus, which toppled Phaethon from the sun's chariot. Mesoamerica saw the plasmoid at full length as it passed by in the daytime. That would be wild to see something like that, and depicted it correspondingly differently. Their understanding was that Mars was struck. It was called the bundle of flame. Among the Maya, to China, this was the celestial dragon, the traditional form of which matches the structure of a plasmoid lightning bolt. Note 6. One could spend a lot of hours on this website here with this. This is amazing. Got a little bit more to go here. As experienced by Earth, the after effect of the 40 days of extreme solar activity was the relocation of the polar axis from Ursa Major to near Ursa Minor, and the delay of spring by some 15 days. In effect, changing the inclination of the polar axis, which is equivalent to rotating the dome of the stars. A new equinox was suddenly established, the aphelion of the Earth's orbit. The location furthest from the sun changed, and 120 years of interference by Mars and Mercury came to a sudden halt. It appeared to many that Jupiter, the historical supreme god of antiquity, had again saved mankind from destruction. The change in aphelion had resulted in a cessation of further interactions with Mars. In 670 BC, the Earth's orbit became nearly circular, for unknown reasons, and the Earth was in fact completely removed from any future interference by any of the inner planets. It's probably the sun's magnetic sphere, I'd imagine. Within 100 years of this event, we see the simultaneous rise of philosophical studies, much as we understand them today, in China, India, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, North Africa, and Rome. Well before there was any cultural transmission before the more distant regions on the list. In this list, it appeared to many as if a far greater power beyond the dome of the stars had moved the stars and planets and restarted the universe. For many years of the philosophers, the causes for natural phenomena were now sought elsewhere than in the whims of old planetary gods. With the realization of the existence of a power beyond the planets and stars, we also see the sudden rise of all the modern religions within the span of 100 years. Taoism and Confucianism in China, Jainism and Buddhism in India, with its subsequent influence on Hinduism, Zoroastrianism in Persia, with its influence on Judaism, Mithraism, Christianity, and eventually on Islam. Similar changes seem to be attested to in Mesoamerica, probably dating from 600 BC. Could all this really have happened? Religions have attempted to explain all of it, initially as narrations of the observed events, eventually as metaphors of spiritual states. Science, on the other hand, has spent the last 200 years denying that anything at all ever happened. But look at the histories, what we call myths, of people from regions as diverse as China, Mesopotamia, and Mesoamerica, will reveal that they are in complete agreement with each other. Add to these various myths of the people of India, South America, Africa, Greece, and thousands of others, and a consistent picture of the past emerges, which is not what science tells us. Or fly over regions, for example, of the western United States, and you will soon be convinced that the waves of hills, the conical dumps of wind-borne soil, the distorted folded mountains, the widely varied landscape, cannot possibly be the result of eons of slow movement and metamorphosis of the Earth's crust. The surface of the Earth appears to have been battered and racked convulsively, and widely varied landscape and recently. Except for geology, which I will not really touch on, the remaining chapters will fill in the details and broaden the scope for major events. The four events are the end of the age of the gods and the worldwide flood of 3147 BC, the fall of the Apsu, known as the flood of Noah, the blood in the sky, the resurrection of Jupiter, and the first appearance of the Pleiades, 2349 BC, the defeat of Typhon, and the exodus of Moses from Egypt in 1492 BC, and the blazing of Venus and Mercury, and the thunderbolt of Jupiter, which toppled Phaethon in 685 BC. The last few chapters present an excursion into the site plans and iconography of Mesoamerica from about 2000 BC. In these last chapters, you will find that the more closely detailed findings from Mesoamerica will match and often exceed the information available from the Eastern Mediterranean. Well, I'll tell you, this is pretty in-depth and in detail. There's just tons more. I figured it'd be okay to read this because it's free to the public here on his website, SaturnianCosmology.org. He's got a lot of stuff on here. It goes into Osiris and new findings. Things like the Earth never turned over, at least not completely and certainly not permanent. A nearly impossible notion. I dispute this and discuss the origin of these ideas in the appendix, Polar Relocations Disputed. There's just a whole bunch of them, and he's got a little store here too where you can buy some cool looking t-shirts. I might end up getting one. And some websites. It's called EndNotes. It's got pretty much every website one could think of dealing with Saturn theory. I'm going to be using it for a couple of websites. We're going to do MaverickScience.com with E.V. Cochran, and I want to do Saturn Death Cult with Troy McLaughlin. I was calling him McLaughlin, but it's McLaughlin. Apologies there. ElectricUniverse.info, BearFabrique.org. Well, that's our buddy Ted Holden. We'll be taking a look at his site. Catastrophism.com, Science Frontiers, ElectricCosmos.org, ChronosPress.com, Thunderbolts, of course. A lot of good sites here, and it's got some pretty nifty looking t-shirts too, so stop on in and check this site out. So if you're into Saturn theory, this is definitely the place to stop. He takes more of an orthodox approach with the chronology, but hey, the chronology of it is one of the main reasons why I'm surfing these sites, to try to put it together and bring it to you. Thanks for watching. I'd like to say thank you to all of you who have donated
to support my work. I can't thank you enough. Okay, that'll do it for me this time around. Take care. I'll see you on down the road.
Such a nice man. We're just getting started. It's not over. This is the beginning.
One instance of the Saturn myth that can be verified with the help of a small telescope: Saturn is in chains. Instead of solving anything, this fact has created a problem. It demands a solution. How did the ancient Greeks and Romans know that Saturn is encircled by rings? It is strange that this question was not asked before. The existence of these rings around Saturn became known in modern times only in the 17th century, after the telescope was invented. They were first seen, but misunderstood by Galileo and understood by Huygens. If the myth did not by mere chance invent these rings, the Greeks must have seen them. The last case could be true. If the Greeks or some other Oriental people possessed lenses adapted for the observation of celestial bodies, or if the rings around Saturn were visible to the naked eye at some time in the past. Today they are not visible without magnifying instruments. There are cases of exact observations by the Chaldeans which suggest the use of some accurate technical means. These means could consist of a sort of astrolabe like that of Tycho de Brahe, who made most accurate observations of celestial bodies without the help of a telescope. Also, Copernicus, prior to Tycho de Brahe, made all his calculations of the movements of the planets before the telescope was invented, but neither Tycho de Brahe nor Copernicus saw the rings. The statue of Saturn on the Roman Capitol had bands around its feet, and Macrobius, in the 5th century of our era, already ignorant of the meaning of these bands, asked, "But why is the god Saturn in chains?" In the Egyptian legend, Isis, Jupiter, swathes Osiris, Saturn. The Egyptian appellative for Osiris was the swath. In the Zendavesta, it is said that the star Thistria, Jupiter, later Venus, keeps Perico in twofold bonds. Saturn is encircled by two groups of rings, one larger and one smaller, with a space in between. To see this, a better telescope than that used by Galileo Galilei or that used by Huygens is needed. The twofold structure of the girdle was first observed in 1675. The rings of Saturn were known also to the Aborigines of America before Columbus discovered the land. This means also before the telescope was invented at the beginning of the 17th century. An ancient engraved wooden panel from Mexico shows the family of planets. One of them is Saturn, easily recognizable by its ring. Nor were the Maoris of New Zealand ignorant of it. One of the great mysteries connected with Saturn is the still unanswered question of how the ancient Maoris of New Zealand knew about her rings, for there is evidence that they did have a Saturnian ring legend long before the days of Galileo. In the myth, it is said that Jupiter drove Saturn away, and that on this occasion Saturn was put in chains. If these words mean what they say, and are not a meaningless portion of the myths, in a dream at least there are no meaningless parts, then the knowledge of the ancients about the rings of Saturn could have been acquired because of better visibility. In other words, at some time in the past, Saturn and Earth appear to have been closer to one another. Originally, I assumed that the rings of Saturn may consist of water in the form of ice, but since the ancient lore all around the world tells that it was Jupiter that put these rings around Saturn, I considered that they might have some other components too. Since the 1960s spectroscopic study of the Saturnian rings has confirmed that they consist mostly of water in the form of ice. The rings of Saturn are referred to by Aeschylus Eumenides 641. He, Zeus himself, cast into bonds his aged father Kronos. Moreover, it is not true, neither, that Saturn is enchained. Neoplatonists like Proclus and Timaeus by Festigirad sought a philosophical or mystical meaning in the tradition also, and yet the king of the gods, the first and eldest one, is in bonds, and they say, if we are to believe Hesiod and Homer and the other wise men who tell this tale about Kronos. Augustine, refuting those who asserted that the Jewish Sabbath was held in honor of Saturn, wrote a bunch of stuff in Latin.
Ita patres nostri longe fuerunt de Saturnicis patinas, quam vis pro tempore profiatio isobati vacation emotivaverant.
Contrafaust Manachim XX 13.
These chains with their double fetter, Zoelius dedicates to you, Saturnus. The shrines to Saturn in Roman Africa portrayed the god with his head surrounded by a veil that falls on each of his shoulders in a way reminiscent to the planet's rings. Ancient Knowledge of Jupiter's Bands and Saturn's Rings, Classical Journal. Yeah, and then we got Ancient Knowledge of Jupiter's Bands and Saturn's Rings, Kronos 2-3, 1977. When Galileo first saw the rings in July of 1610, he thought them to be two satellites on either side of Saturn, and this is what he also announced in his Sidereus Nuncius, the planet Saturn. A. Alexander, 1962. Huygens, Systema Saturnium, 1659. Saturn II is represented with his feet bound together, and although Furius Flaccus says that he does not know the reason, Apollodorus says that throughout the year Saturn is bound with a bond of wool that is set free on the day of his festival. The Osiris cult and the designation of Osiris idols in the Bible. The Zenda Vesta, Tristria, the bright star, keeps Periaiko in twofold bonds, in threefold bonds. A third ring around Saturn was observed in 1980. Velikovsky also thought that mythic representations of Kronos, with his body encircled by a snake, may attest to a memory of the rings of Saturn. The planet Saturn, shown in an ancient woodcut reproduced in F. Maurice, London, 1800, Volume 7, and described by the author as encircled with a ring formed of serpents. Tammuz, who represented the planet Saturn in Babylonia, was called He Who Is Bound. Ninid, who was also Saturn, was said to hold the unbreakable bond. The observation was made by G.D. Cassini. Regarding the process of formation of Saturn's rings, Velikovsky thought it might have been analogous to the formation of a disk-like ring of gaseous material around some stars in binary systems, as described by H. Friedman in Science 181. Gas enters into Keplerian orbits and accumulates in a disk somewhat resembling Saturn's rings. In August 1965, Tobias Owen, writing in Science, reported that the reflection spectrum from the ice block gave the best match to the absorption observed in Saturn's rings, but that the most likely alternatives would be ices of methane and ammonia, both known ingredients of the Jovian atmosphere, methane being also in the composition of the Saturnian cloud envelope. As early as 1947, Kuiper, The Atmospheres of the Earth and Planets, 1949, concluded on the basis of spectral measurements in the infrared that the rings are covered in frost, if not composed of ice. Saturn's rings, although H2O is a major constituent, the spectra reflectivity
Matches Earth's
indicates
water
the
perfectly,
presence
by the way.
of other materials.
Sorry, I get
Astronomers had long been aware that there would be an alignment of the planets on March 10, 1982, where Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto would be on the same side of the Sun, within an arc 95 degrees wide. But no effect could be expected, as the tidal forces of the other planets affecting the Earth's crust are negligible, even at the planet's closest approach. In the book The Jupiter Effect, the authors sought to partially sidestep objections by considering the effect of the alignment on the Sun, and hence on the solar wind, which in turn is known to affect weather on the Earth. Atmospheric conditions on Earth can alter the speed of its rotation. The effect on the Sun would also be quite small. However, and in fact, there had been an even closer alignment in the year 1128 without any incident. There was some influence by the planets mentioned above, with the high tides calculated as being about 40 micrometers higher than normal. In April 1982, Gribben and Plagman published a lesser-selling book, The Jupiter Effect Reconsidered. In it, they theorized that the effect had actually taken place in 1980. Despite the lack of planetary alignment then, and that it had triggered the volcanic eruption of Mount St. Helens. The 10 notable apocalypses that obviously didn't happen. In 1974, John Gribben and Stephen Plagman wrote a best-selling book, The Jupiter Effect. But there was that third ring on Saturn in 1980. The arrival of the waters. Following the 7 days, when the world appeared to be ablaze in the radiance of 1,000 suns, the deluge started. First, according to the Hindu account, vast clouds gathered which overshadowed the entire world. These ominous clouds, rumbling, shooting lightning, overspread the sky. They were as vast mountains. Some were dusky, some crimson, some white, some brilliant in hue. Other sources describe them as yellow or azure or red. Loud and roar and mighty in size, they fill the entire sky. They were friends with lightning and meteors and thunderbolts. Then, rumbling aloud with lights, they poured torrential streams, thick like chariot wheels. They rained with a sullen roar, inundating the three worlds, a ceaseless downpour of torrents. And then there were seen on all sides the four oceans, engulfing with tempestuous waves the whole surface of the earth. All creation was smit by the luminous, dense floods. In the beginning of the deluge, the nova in the sky shone through the splendor of the illuminated skies and through the sheets of rain, ever increasing in intensity. The biblical expression, "the Lord sitteth upon the flood," was an apt description of the blazing nova above the waters of the deluge. It has a Babylonian counterpart in the title of Tammuz as Bel-Gersu, Lord of the Flood. The nova blazed terrifically, but soon the light became diffused. The shadows grew ever dimmer. The world that was all splendor and light turned gloomier and gloomier. The outpouring waters grew ever thicker. The clouds of dust darkened ever more the sky. And finally, the drama that was taking place on earth went on in darkness. The deluge was not a peaceful, though abundant rain, filling the earth with water, rising ever higher. Ancient sources give a description of the deluge that differs greatly from the pageant of showers pouring from above on peaceful land and peaceful sea.
Skandapurana in S. Shastri.
The flood legend in Sanskrit literature, the Babylon expression in the wailings for Tammuz, the shining ocean to thy perditions has taken thee. Babylonian Liturgies, Paris, 1913.
Run. 1895 and 1950. The time was ripe for a heresy. 180 years ago, in 1773, Pierre Simon de Laplace, 1749 to 1827, then 23 years old, stood before the Académie des Sciences in Paris and read a paper in which he proved the stability of the solar system. All deflections of the planets from their paths are only periodic oscillations from their mean courses, and the celestial mechanism is wound up to go on forever. Laplace's contemporary, Jean-Baptiste de Lamarck, 1744 to 1829, set out to demonstrate in a series of works that this Earth has ever been a peaceful abode of evolution, free from spasmodic disturbances, in opposition to the dominant waves of his day. These ideas of harmony or stability in the celestial and terrestrial spheres gained ground in the 19th century and became the foundation of scientific thought. In 1846, Leverrier, by announcing the existence of the planet Neptune, which was immediately thereafter discovered in the part of the sky indicated by him, proved the gravitational theory of Newton and the orderly universe of Laplace to be correct. However, in the same year, by detecting the anomaly in the revolution of Mercury, always accumulating in one and the same direction, he threw the first doubt on the infallibility of these very laws. The theory of uniformity, as understood by Lamarck and Hutton, was developed by Lyell, became the cornerstone of Darwinian theory, and Darwin went so far as to say that anybody who was unconvinced by Lyell's teaching should refrain from reading The Origin of Species. The principle of uniformity, or the explanation of all past events in the history of the globe, and in terms of the processes in action in our own age, or the denial of catastrophic crisis in the past, gave Darwin what he needed most for his idea of the origin of species: almost unlimited time, in order that from the struggle for existence or competition, new forms should evolve, and that an animal like the spider with its many legs and human beings should have had a common ancestor. Untold eons were necessary. By the end of the 19th century, the war between the theory of evolution and the theory of creation in 6 days, less than 6,000 years ago, was concluded with victory to the theory of evolution. Culty left was, in the view of Thomas Huxley, that no really new species had appeared on the world scene since the scientific observations were made. Not even the breeding experiments. The breeding experiments? Just what would that be about?
Very interesting.
The geological record, however, spoke unequivocally of the fact, in the past, lived animal forms that do not live any longer. And of those forms that live in our age, many were not present in the geological past. Laplace's theory of the origin of the solar system of a rotating nebula was replaced by the end of the century with a theory of a catastrophic beginning in a near collision of the sun with another star, with debris forming the planets. Isn't that interesting? And what star was that other star? And where did that information come from? But it was stressed by the authors of this new theory that the universe is orderly, and this beginning in a cataclysm was an unusually rare occurrence in the cosmos, and that the solar system is governed by the principle of stability as enunciated by Laplace, in the Earth by law of uniformity, in the animals and plants by the law of evolution through continuity. It appeared that basic principles having been established, science had before it only the work of refinement and observation, and in the addition of details for perfection of knowledge. But the time of basic discoveries was over. This was the outlook in 1895. In April of that year, in an attempt to discover the North Pole, reached a point less than 4 degrees from it. The scientific world looked upon the discovery of the North Pole as the most coveted goal still left to be attained by science. But before Nansen, drifting from latitude 8614, reached his home in Norway, the scene changed. Conrad Röntgen of Würzburg discovered the X-rays, or cathode rays, that pass through opaque bodies. In the same year of 1895, 20-year-old Marconi, working at the home of his father near Bologna, made the first successful experiment with wireless transmission. Okay, now I have read that he ripped off Tesla when he was his understudy, and that Bologna was notorious for having self-important
Tricksters and evildoers.
intellectuals there that were made fun of by a comedy troupe, and that's where the saying, "you're full of baloney," came from. That year, too, Sigmund Freud published his first paper, together with Joseph Breuer, which led to a new understanding of the realm known as the subconscious. And at the same time, Pavlov made his contribution to the psychology of the reflexes. Pavlov's dog. The next year, and still before Nansen had landed on the Norwegian coast, Henry Becquerel, working on uranium, discovered the phenomena of radioactivity. 2 years later, he was followed by the Curies, who discovered radium. In 1897, J.J. Thomson announced that the atom is divisible and is actually a microcosm. And he was followed by Rutherford. In 1900, Planck presented the theory of quanta, or energies dispatched in bundles or shots, and not in a continuous stream. And in the field of origin of species, in 1900, Van Vries announced mutations in plants, observed for the first time, a process of spontaneous changes in living nature fundamentally different from the process of evolution through continuity as postulated by Darwin. Thus, in a few years, in a spectacular series of discoveries, the entire world, matter and energy, and living species, and the human soul opened new horizons, and everything appeared to be incessant vibration, collisions, and transformation, the macrocosm, the microcosm, and even the subtle world of the mind, all alike. That's interesting. It's just like that today. And in 1905, Albert Einstein, then 26 years old, offered his understanding of the physical world. An understanding that required a new mental approach, or so it was thought, and single-handedly set science back 150 years. I've heard it said before that just prior to World War I, there was a major wake-up going on. That kind of makes you think about, World War I ruined everything. When it was over, and after the Spanish flu killed another 50 million people, Salvador Dali and Einstein emerged as a testimonial that the age of basic discoveries had not ended with the victory of Darwin over the book of Genesis. Since then, another 50 years have passed, once more, as before, the end of the 19th century. We are told that the fundamentals are all known. The age of basic discoveries is definitely terminated, this time for certain, and present and future generations will have to satisfy themselves with detecting details, accumulating data, and adding decimals. And though the exciting decade of 1895 to 1905 threw light on processes in matter, life, and soul, processes that are certainly not inert and are marked by spontaneity and conflict, science in its various branches adjusted the new discoveries and ideas to the framework of the old great principle reigning equally in lifeless and living nature, the law of harmony and unperturbed stability. The time was ripe for heresy. In 1950, a book, Worlds in Collision, created an outburst of emotions almost unprecedented in science. I came upon the idea that traditions and legends and memories of generic origin can be treated in the same way in which we treat psychoanalysis. The early memories of a single individual. I spent 10 years on this work. I found that the collective memory of humankind spoke of a series of global catastrophes that occurred in historical times. I believe that I could even identify the exact times and the very agents of the great upheavals of the more recent past. The conclusions at which I arrived compelled me to cross the frontiers into various fields of science, archaeology, geology, and astronomy. The result was a book, a prolegomena. In its concluding pages, I conceded that more problems were raised than had been solved, and I promised, always reckoning with the limitations of the individual scholar, to pursue my study into these fields too. But already the implications of the fact of great global catastrophes on the Earth, one of the celestial bodies in a time so recent, had caused my critics to assert, in the words of a Harvard astronomer, that here was the most amazing example of a shattering of accepted concepts on record. In the heat of the debate, in the press of the book, was pronounced one of the most significant books written since the invention of printing, and also the worst book since the invention of movable characters. Believing that an emotional atmosphere is not well suited to fruitful debate.
Fascinating.
I have entered only infrequently into the controversy. I have made short factual corrections of statements by the Royal Astronomer and by J.S. Haldane, appearing in their reviews of my book, and I participated in a debate with your professor of astronomy, J.Q. Stewart, in the pages of Harper's Magazine, June 1951. I appeared before the American Philosophical Society, which, at its annual meeting in April 1952, held a symposium on some orthodoxies of modern science. My unorthodoxy being the chief subject on the agenda. Otherwise, I have kept myself out of the verbal conflict. Now, more than 3.5 years have passed since the publication of the book, and I appreciate the opportunity offered me by your invitation to present a dispassionate review of recent finds in the 3 fields named in the title of my address: Worlds in Collision and Recent Finds in Archaeology. In my book, I describe the great natural catastrophes of the 2nd and 1st millennia. Before the present era, prominence is given to the description of the natural upheaval that occurred in the closing hours of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt. I synchronized this event with the Exodus, when sea, land, and sky were in uproar.
The collective human memory retained an inexhaustible array of recollections of a time when the world was in conflagration, when sea engulfed land, earth trembled, the celestial bodies were disturbed in their motions. Meteorites fell. My narrative is based on historical texts of many peoples around the globe, and that is the key. Classical literature, on epics of northern races, on sacred books of the Orient and Occident, on traditions and the folklore of primitive peoples. The question that arose was, where's the archaeological evidence? In later chapters of my book, I gave such evidence: water clocks and sundials that show a different length of the day or altered latitudes, change in orientation of ancient temples, which originally faced toward the east but do so no longer. I also closely examined in my book the calendars of the civilized peoples of antiquity, from Mexico and Peru to Greece, Iran, Israel, Egypt, Babylon, Assyria, India, and China, and the calendar reforms that were made. All this material gave strong support to the literary evidence. Working independently of me, Professor Claude Schaefer, whose earlier excavations at Ras Shamara, Ugarit, caused a complete revolution in biblical exegesis, published a volume, Stratigraphie Comparie et Chronologie, G.D. Lycée Occidental, printed by Oxford University Press. In this very detailed and technical work, comprising together with tables almost 1,000 pages, Schaefer demonstrates that on several occasions, each marking the end of an epoch, the entire ancient East was shaken and devastated. Modern annals of seismology know nothing comparable in severity and extent. The most devastating of these upheavals took place at exactly the end of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt, causing its downfall, as claimed in Worlds in Collision and Ages in Chaos. Cities were overturned. Epidemics left the dead piled in common graves. The pursuit of arts and commerce came to an abrupt end. Empires ceased to exist. Strata of earth dust and ashes yards thick covered the ruined city. In many places, the population was annihilated. In others, it was decimated. Settled living was replaced by nomadic existence. Climate changed. Claude Schaefer analyzed the archaeological finds of every place excavated from Troy to the Dardanelles, over all Asia Minor, Armenia, Caucasus, Persia, Syria, Cyprus, Palestine, to Egypt, and Africa. He summarizes his extensive volume. Thus, our inquiry has demonstrated that these repeated crises, which opened and closed the principal periods of the third and second millennia, were not caused by the action of a man. Far from it, because compared with the vastness of these all-embracing crises and their profound effects, the exploits of conquerors would appear only insignificant. Schaeffer's work sheds a new light on the conclusions at which Sir Arthur Evans arrived after many years of archaeological work on Crete. The island was shattered in violent catastrophes that were accompanied by fire, and in these upheavals the cultural and political ages of the Minoan kingdom went down. At the same time, the corresponding Egyptian ages were terminated. Troy III was destroyed, and its 50 feet thick fortress wall fell when the Middle Kingdom in Egypt fell. The volcano on the island of Thera exploded, and the most unimaginable fury. Recent archaeological work in the Indus Valley showed, too, that about minus 1500, and in advance of the Aryan invasion, cities with great walls were destroyed, and a flourishing civilization came to a sudden end. The synchronization of the Exodus with the end of the Middle Kingdom was also the starting point of a reconstruction of ancient history. From that point on to the advent of Alexander the Great, which took the form of a 2-volume work, Ages and Chaos, the first volume of which was published in the spring of 1952. The problem of the time of the Exodus in Egyptian history had never been solved. The papyrus of Ipuwer, the Naos of El Arish, I found descriptions of a natural upheaval very similar, sometimes identical, with the description in the Book of Exodus. Following plagues, when the river was blood color, amid a hurricane and darkness of 7 days' duration. The Pharaoh and his host were drowned in a whirlpool at Pi Ka-Karath, the same place where the Pharaoh of the Exodus was drowned. These parallels compelled me to fix an unorthodox date, collating the historical text of following generations. For 1,200 years, I could establish numerous correlations between histories of Egypt and of Israel, which could not be accidental. My reconstruction demonstrated the Egyptian history and the histories of the nations, which were written in harmony with it, are set out of line with the historical past by about 600 to 700 years. Thus, in my works, have there been a starting point in the recognition that the Middle Kingdom in Egypt went down in a great natural catastrophe. The recent excavation in Jericho has confirmed the fact that the great walls of the city fell a few decades after the end of the Middle Kingdom. But at the time in which conventional chronology places the arrival of the Israelites under Joshua in Canaan, there was no city at Jericho and no walls to fall, according to Ages and Chaos. However, the Israelites came to the walls of Jericho 1 generation after the song. I had the song in my mind. I used to sing the song in church, and the walls came tumbling down. Brought back a memory. The Israelites came to the walls of Jericho 1 generation after the end of the Middle Kingdom, and the enigmatic hiatus of 600 years proves not to be real. I expect new evidence from the Minoan scripts. I was just talking about them. And the so-called Hittite pictographs. And the Hittites are the ones who said Neptune was the king of heaven. Text in the Minoan Linear B script. Yep. Were found years ago on Crete and in Mycenae and in several other places on the Greek mainland. I believe that when the Minoan writings unearthed in Mycenae are deciphered, they will be found to be Greek. Linear B has been found at one site, only in Crete. This was at the Palace of Knossos. It has been found in many sites in Greece, including Mycenae. However, it is now known to be an early form of Greek. The Phaistos disc is the only example of the third type of writing has ever been found. It is on a decorative disc found at the palace at Phaistos. It may not be Cretan. It may have come from Anatolia. Just for snicks, I thought I'd look it up, and lo and behold, chuck up another one for Dr. Velikovsky. I also claim that these texts are of a later date than generally believed. No Dark Age of 6 centuries duration intervened in Greece between the Mycenaean and the Ionian Age of the 7th century. Before long, new evidence will come from the so-called Hittite pictograph writings found in Asia Minor, Mesopotamia, and northern Syria. I haven't heard a thing about them. Since the recent discovery of Kara Tepe in Asia Minor of bilingual inscriptions in ancient Hebrew and in pictographs, efforts at decipherment have entered a new state. Before long, new evidence will come from so-called Hittite pictograph writings found in Asia Minor. Since the recent discovery of Kara Tepe in Asia Minor of bilingual inscriptions in ancient Hebrew
and in pictographs, efforts at decipherment have entered a new stage. Today, the Hittite pictographs are already in the process of being read. In my reconstruction, I come to the conclusion that they are Chaldean signs, not Hittite. I also expect unequivocal evidence that these signs were used down to the last century before the present era. Owing to the confusion in conventional chronology, the Chaldean writings of the Neo-Babylonian Empire are ascribed to early centuries and an imaginary empire. W.F. Libby and his associates at the University of Chicago have developed the radiocarbon method of dating organic matter. Wood from under the foundation of the Hittite fortress of Alisar in Asia Minor turned out to be 700 to 800 years younger than conventional chronology would allow, thus giving a full support to my dating. Hittite history interwoven with Egyptian history of the New Kingdom cannot be shortened without at the same time shortening the history of Egypt. The age of pieces of wood from the tombs of the Old and Middle Kingdoms in Egypt also proved to be in harmony with my reconstruction. However, for the decisive period that of the New Kingdom, no radiocarbon analysis has been made. Arctic Ocean in the north and the Kalima in the east. In Worlds in Collision, page 329, I expressed my belief that human settlements would be discovered farther to the north on the Kalima or Lena rivers flowing into the Arctic Ocean. On the lower Lena, north of the confluence with Philly, inside the polar circle. Monuments are found of a characteristic culture. Outstanding finds were made near Lake Yolba, not far from Gigansk. As soon as the archaeologists started a methodic investigation of the area, in Yakutsk itself was found a workshop of an ancient metallurgist, in which, at the end of the second millennium, before the present era, he made bronze axes, similar to the axes manufactured about that time in the Near East and in Europe. In the Yakutsk taiga, 2,500 or 3,000 years ago, there already lived artisans in metals who were able to extract copper from ore, to melt it and pour it into forms, and to make axes. Beautiful bronze tips for the spears, knives, and even swords. These relics of a civilization in the taiga of northwestern Siberia imply that the climate changed there in the age of advanced man. Before the ice froze the region, voracious members of the elephant family roamed there in large herds. Recent finds in geology. Archaeological evidence of continental upheavals in the second millennium having been presented in detail by Schaefer, the evidence of geology and paleontology called for elucidation. To this, I have dedicated a special work, now close to completion, and since it will be published before very long, I shall refer here only briefly to some of this material. A little over a decade ago, it was observed that in the gold-digging hydraulic giants in Fairbanks District in Alaska, sluicing out miles-long cuts opened great hecatombs of animals. Their numbers are appalling. The Bronze Age may have been well on its way in the centers of ancient civilization. Palms were found to have grown in northern Greenland, where now, for half a year, there is darkness, and it is permanently cold. At some time in the remote past, corals grew in Spitsbergen and sequoia forests in Alaska, and it was early understood that the terrestrial axis must have changed its position. Airy, Lord Kelvin, George Darwin, and many others, including Schiaparelli and Simon Newcomb, participated in a long debate on the astronomical and geological possibility of a sudden change in the direction of the terrestrial axis. A debate that was erroneously thought to have started as a consequence of Worlds in Collision. It was understood that such a change must have taken place unless the strange finds are to be left without explanation. The theory of drifting continents, offered as a substitute, was rejected for many reasons. Jeffrey showed that the mobile force invoked by Wagner is 100 billion times too small to move the continents. Eddington thought that possibly only the crust in its entirety moved, and the axis of the core was left unchanged in direction. But the mobile force he invoked, the tidal inequalities of lunar origin, would not have moved the latitudes out of their places, the directional pull being east to west. W.B. Wright, in his The Quaternary Ice Age, 2nd edition, 1937, says that during geological history there occurred many changes in the position of the climatic zones on the surface of the Earth, which cannot be explained except by a shifting of the axis or a displacement of the pole from its present position. But what could have brought about a change in the inclination of the terrestrial axis to the plane of the ecliptic? I discussed this question in the closing pages of Worlds in Collision and suggested the entrance of the Earth into a strong magnetic field. The newly developed science of paleomagnetism brought and daily continues to bring confirmation of the fact that lavas and igneous rocks in all parts of the world are reversely magnetized. But what is even more startling is to find that the reversely magnetized rocks are 100 times more strongly magnetized than the Earth's magnetic field could have caused them to be. H. Manley, in his review, writes, "It may seem strange that a rock which is made magnetic by the Earth's field should become so strongly magnetized compared to the generating force. This is one of the most astonishing problems of paleomagnetism." Manley also refers to the tests made years ago by G. Fulgemerator and P.L. Mercanton on the clay of ancient Etruscan vases. They were found to have been fired when the vases were closer to the south magnetic pole. Their position during the firing is known because of the flow of the glaze, and the magnetic dip or inclination of the clay is found. Manley writes, "This implies that in the 6th century BC, the Earth's magnetic field was reversed in the central Mediterranean area." He speaks also of a general reversal in historical times, 2,500 years ago, that must be cleared up by additional research. Knowing from my study of ancient literary sources the proper time of exogenous disturbances in terrestrial rotation, I suspected an inaccuracy in the last sentence of an otherwise well-written article by Manley. The reversal must have occurred in the 8th century and again in the beginning of the 7th, minus 687. I was gratified to find in the original publication of Professor Mercanton, to whom I directed my inquiry, that the vases with reversed polarity date from the 8th century. I expect that, should the research be extended to vases dating from the end of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt, circa 3,500 years ago, other periods of unnatural polarity would be determined in Egypt and elsewhere. Professor R. Daly of Harvard University found that 3,500 years ago, all over the world, the level of the ocean suddenly dropped. He thought it might be due to a sudden sinking of the crust. And in an authoritative work, Marine Geology, 1950, Professor P.H. Kuenen of the Netherlands finds that this recent shift is now well established on observations in many places of the world, and he too assigns this catastrophic drop of the ocean level to 3,500 years ago. The recent expedition of the Oceanographic Institute at Gothenburg under H. Peterson, which covered the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans, found, according to its leader, evidences of great catastrophes that have altered the face of the Earth. He speaks of climatic catastrophes and of tectonic catastrophes that raised or lowered the ocean bottom hundreds, even thousands of feet, spreading huge tidal waves which destroyed plant and animal life on the coastal plains at many places. A lava bed of geologically recent origin was covered only by a thin veneer of sediment. He discovered that the Pacific and Indian Ocean beds consist largely of volcanic ash that had settled on the bottom after great volcanic explosions. He also found a large nickel content in the clay of the ocean bottoms and decided that this abysmal nickel must have been of meteoric origin. Consequently, he concludes there were very heavy showers of meteors. The principal difficulty of this explanation is that it requires a rate of accretion of meteoric dust several hundred times greater than that which astronomers are presently prepared to admit. Professor Ewing of Columbia University carried on his investigation in the Atlantic in 1949. He published his results and, like Peterson, found that lava spread only recently on the bottom of the ocean. He also came upon signs of land deep on the bottom of the ocean, and concluded either the land must have sunk 2 to 3 miles, or the sea must have been 2 or 3 miles lower than now. Either conclusion is startling. The pollen analysis made by various scientists of the bottom of the North Sea between Germany, England, Scotland, and Norway convinced researchers that this area, in its present shape, originated only very recently, in the subboreal, the date of 1500 before the present era often being selected. At that time, there occurred a climastris. Once there had been a sea. Then it was covered by debris carried from the mountains of Norway. Later, in a catastrophic advance, the North Sea was formed once more. Human artifacts have been found from the time when the North Sea was land. The investigation of the Delta Formation of the Bear River on the Alaskan border, very carefully made by Hansen, showed that at the present rate of sedimentation, the delta is estimated to be only 3,600 years old. A. D. Laparent, the leading French geologist of the beginning of the century, calculated that since the time the Rhone Glacier started to melt, less than 3,000 years have passed. Modern research confirms that many of the alpine glaciers are less than 4,000 years old. Professor Flint of Yale refers to the redetermination of the age of the Upper Great Gorge of Niagara Falls and writes, 1947, the age of the Upper Great Gorge is calculated as somewhat more than 4,000 years. And to obtain even this low figure, we have to assume that the rate of recession has been constant, although we know that discharge has in fact varied greatly during post-glacial times. Cernander and others demonstrated that in 1500 and again after minus 1800, Cernander and others demonstrated that in minus 1500 and again after minus 800, there occurred climatic catastrophes of global dimensions. These researches, unknown to me when I wrote Worlds in Collision, coincide completely with my conclusions and their dating. In both these periods, the lake dwellings in Switzerland, Germany, northern Italy, and also in Scandinavia were overwhelmed by high water catastrophes and abandoned, the first time for 4 centuries, the second time never to be rebuilt. H. Gams and R. Norhagen showed with very extensive documentation that at these 2 time dates, the lakes of Europe were tilted, and many of them, like Esse and Federsee, were emptied of all their water. The Isartal in the Bavarian Alps was violently torn out, and this in very recent times. And in the Entel in the Tyrol, the many changes of riverbeds were indicative of ground movements on a great scale. H. D. Terra of the Carnegie Institute and Peterson of Harvard came to the conclusion that the Himalayas in violent upheavals reached their present form and height in the age of man, partly even in the time of advanced man. The same conclusion is made concerning the Andes, where, too, the upheaval must have been catastrophic. In the age of man, the Andes rose many thousands of feet amid volcanic activity. In the hills of Montreal and New Hampshire and in Michigan, 500 and 600 feet above sea level, bones of whales have been found. In many places on the earth, in all continents, bones of sea animals and polar land animals and tropical animals have been found in great melees. So also in the Cumberland Cave in Maryland, and in the Chakotine Fissure in China, and in Germany and Denmark. Hippopotami and ostriches were found together with seals and reindeer. Wherever we turn our interest, from the Arctic to the Antarctic, and from sunrise to sunset, in the high mountains and in the deep seas, we find innumerable signs of great upheavals, ancient and recent. A circular meteoric crater, Shub crater, was discovered in the summer of 1950 in northern Labrador. It covers an area of 4 square miles. It is much larger than the Arizona crater, which is 4/5 of a mile in diameter, 2/3 of a square mile in area, whereas the Arizona crater could accommodate 2 million people in its amphitheater. The Shub crater could accommodate 12 million people. It must have been created by the impact of an asteroid, according to the published opinion of geological authorities. The asteroid must have fallen about 4,000 years ago. Following or shortly preceding the discovery of the Shub crater, several other large meteoric craters were discovered in Australia, Arabia, and Mexico. The tens of thousands of oval formations on the Atlantic coast of the United States, especially in the Carolinas, some of them attaining a length of a few miles each, were conclusively identified in a monograph by W. F. Prouty, 1952, as having been caused by a fall of large meteorites. And finally, the largest crater formations situated in Quebec north of Sept Isles in Canada, and occupying an area of 680 square miles. This is under investigation as to its meteoric origin by a group of Mines Department scientists led by Dr. M.J.S. Innes. Of the many other new developments in the field of geology, I would stress some of the results obtained by the radiocarbon method. The time of the Ice Age is moved much closer to our time. Instead of 25,000 years as the terminal date of the last glacial period, It is shown that 10,000 or 11,000 years ago, the ice was still advancing, and even with this low dating, there remain puzzling exceptions. Among them, the finding of mastodons and mammoths in strata only 3,500 years old. Moreover, organic vestiges in the drift of the last glaciation have been found to be of a radiocarbon age pointing to a time 3,500 years ago. Radiocarbon analysis of oil has also shown that in the deposits of the Gulf of Mexico, the age of the oil is measured in thousands of years, not millions. This destroys the main arguments the geologists have raised against the theory of the exogenous origin of some deposits of oil. Worlds in Collision, page 53, 58, and 369. Hydrocarbons have been identified in cometary tails by spectral analysis. Also, carbohydrates, edible products. But here, we are already outside the domain of geology and in the realm of astronomy. Worlds in Collision and recent finds in astronomy. In the years when the manuscript of Worlds in Collision was in the hands of the Macmillan Company, accepted for publication, though not yet published, 1946 to 49, and in the years following, though not yet published, 1946 to 49, the zodiacal light, or the glow seen in the evening sky after sunset, stretching in the path of the sun and other planets, ecliptic, the mysterious origin of which has for a long time occupied the minds of astronomers, has been explained in recent years as the reflection of the solar light from the two rings of dust particles, one following the orbit of Venus, the other in orbit between Mars and Jupiter, places where, according to Worlds in Collision, collisions of planets and a comet took place. The origin of asteroids, or small planets, that circle between Jupiter and Mars, some of which cross the orbit of Mars, and even that of the Earth, has lately been explained as the result of the explosion of a planet, or more recently, 1950, as the result of a collision between two planets in an early age, Kuiper. N.T. of the Perkins Observatory offered anew in his own explanation of the origin of the asteroids. They are remnants of a gigantic prehistoric comet. F. Whipple, upon calculating the orbits of the asteroids, came to the conclusion, 1950, two collisions occurred between these bodies and a comet once 4,700 years ago, and the second time 1,500 years ago, or within historical times. These dates of collision in the solar system are of the same order as those offered in Worlds in Collision, deduced there from the historical evidence and testimony of C. Tombaugh, the discoverer of Pluto, explained, 1950. The dark areas and the canals of Mars are resulting from collisions of Mars with asteroids. According to Worlds in Collision, Mars was involved in repeated collisions with large cometary masses. Actually, in January 1950, an explosion observed on Mars was interpreted by Openick as a collision with an asteroid. Clouds of dust of continental dimensions rose and screened surface features of the planet. O. Sturvey of Yerkes Observatory reviewed the achievements of astronomy during 1950, wrote that, by a bizarre coincidence, in that year, a deluge of sound papers on collisions within the solar system followed on the heels of Worlds in Collision. There are two theories concerning the origin of lunar craters. Their size is enormous. Nothing comparable is known on Earth. According to one theory, these craters are the result of a collision of the Moon with very large meteorites of the size of asteroids. According to the other theory, they are volcanic formations. Both theories assumed very violent events in which the celestial body closest to the Earth was involved. In Worlds in Collision, I offered the following explanation of the lunar craters, as well as of the seas of lava and the rifts of the lunar surface. During the great catastrophes, when the Moon, together with the terrestrial globe, passed through the fabric of a great comet, and again when in the 8th century before the present era, the Earth and the Moon were strongly perturbed by Mars. The Moon's surface flowed with lava and bubbled into great circular formations, which rapidly cooled off in the long lunar night, unprotected by an atmosphere from the coolness of cosmic spaces. In these cosmic collisions and near contacts, the surface of the Moon was also marked by clefts and rifts. If the circular formations on the Moon are these bubbles which collapsed, then probably there are smaller bubbles on the Moon that have not yet burst. Dr. H. Percy Wilkins The English selenographer actually found over 40 unexploded bubbles or domes on the moon, several of which lie to the northeast of Copernicus crater. The largest of these is found within Darwin crater and is 20 miles in diameter, according to an article by F. Benario in Vega, 1953. I have expressed my opinion that many comets are of recent origin, and I have supported this view by reference to the frequency and luminosity of comets in the days of Imperial Rome in comparison to the number of comets visible to the unaided eye in the last centuries. This notion received vigorous confirmation in the extensive work on comets done in Soviet Russia by a leading authority on the subject, Professor S.K. Velikovsky. His research reveals that periodic comets, as observed during recent decades, are losing their luminosity and their matter at a rate so rapid that 50 or 60 revolutions suffice to degenerate a comet completely. Thus, the Halley comet can hardly go back beyond 3,500 years, or the year 1500 before the present era. In the last century, several comets with short periods have failed to return, having apparently lost all their matter, and a few others actually fell apart before the eyes of observers. The rapid decay of comets excludes the possibility that they have belonged to our solar system from the beginning, or from the time the planets were formed. The theory that sees in comets bodies that arrived from other solar systems has been generally abandoned. Velikovsky also shows why we must reject a theory of the capture of comets from a cloud of dust and gases through which our solar system presumably passed sometime in the past. He comes to the conclusion that the comets were born in eruptions from planets, even from satellites like our moon, where circular formations indicate violent events in the past. But the main activity must have taken place on Jupiter and Saturn, the major planets, as the form of orbits of the short-period comets suggest. This is a revival of the theory of R. Proctor, who 70 years ago ascribed the origin of the so-called Jovian family of comets, comprising the majority of comets of short periods, to eruptions from Jupiter. The gases of Jupiter and Saturn are in violent motion despite their low temperatures, yet the velocity necessary for escape from the major planets is so great, 60 kilometers per second from Jupiter, that Velikovsky admits not knowing the mechanism that could, in conditions presently prevailing on major planets, impart this velocity to the exploded matter. Nevertheless, Velikovsky insists that in the recent past, conditions on these planets must have been such that this was possible, even if these conditions cannot be defined. He emphasizes that by casting off the exploded matter, planets must have changed their own masses and consequently their orbits. They must also have experienced recoils. That's what I thought. Shedding matter while they're moving away. Yes, that would be acclimating their charge, wouldn't it? In the publications of the Kiev Observatory for 1953, Velikovsky says, the history of the planetary system was characterized, we assume, by definitely more rapid changes and more active physical processes than appeared when only gravitational interrelations in the solar system were taken into account. All this is in complete harmony with the conclusions at which I arrived in Worlds in Collision. Concerning the time, a few thousand years ago, of the birth of comets of short periods and their origin by eruption from the planets, especially the major planets. There I also explained the forces or conditions that caused the major planets to eject the cometary masses. The near collision between major planets brought about the birth of comets. Now my claim, based on historical material, that the composition of the solar system was changed in historical times, is given the support of observation and calculation. The electromagnetic nature of the universe, deduced in Worlds in Collision from a series of historical phenomena, is supported by another series of recent observations. At Evans Signal Laboratory of the United States Army Signal Corps in Belmar, New Jersey, researchers conducting pioneer experiments on the reception of radar echoes from the moon detected noises coming from the sun. These noises point to discharges of strong potentials. In the fall of 1947, at the meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, Sir Evan Appleton reported that radio noises coming from the sun coincide with solar flares. According to him, a sunspot is the most powerful ultra-shortwave radio station known, its power being much greater than 1,000,000 kilowatts. In 1948 and 49, Donald Menzel produced motion pictures of prominences or explosions of matter on the sun. They were made at the Solar Observatory in Climax, Colorado. What a name. The exposed matter rose at a very great speed to immense heights, all the time gaining in velocity, and then descended to the sun, not on a curved path as a missile would do, but by retreating on the path it covered, comparable to a missile reversing its direction and returning to its point of departure. Moreover, the velocity of its descent was without the acceleration expected in a fall, and this, too, was in violation of gravitational mechanics. It has been observed that when protuberances or surges of exploded matter on the sun run into one another, both of them recoil violently. Such observation was made by McMath and Sawyer, and on another occasion by Lyot. The conclusion drawn by E. Pettit of the Mount Wilson Observatory in 1951 is that solar protuberances are electrically charged. Above the protuberances, the coronal structure is often bent into the form of an arch, sometimes into several concentric arches. This is additional evidence of the electrical nature of the protuberances and corona. In the configuration of the cometary nuclei and tails, there was found good evidence that all particles in the comet influence the motion of each other, and in the configuration of the streamers in the tails of many comets strongly indicate a mutual repulsion. Thus wrote Professor N.T. Velikovsky, director of the Perkins Observatory, 1951, it is also calculated that the repulsion of the tails of the comets by the sun is 20,000 times stronger than the gravitational attraction. And the implication is that it cannot be caused by the pressure of light, as previously thought, and that electrical repulsion must be in action. From spectral analysis, it is known that the cometary tails do not shine merely by reflected light, and that their light is not caused by combustion either, but most probably is an electrical effect comparable to the effect of a Geissler tube. In order to explain the general magnetic field of the terrestrial globe, Dr. E.C. Bullard of Great Britain's National Physical Laboratory assumed electrical currents in the liquid metal core of the Earth. The polar lights have been explained by various scientists as electrical charges arriving from the sun. Following disturbances on the sun, there is an immediate disturbance in the ionosphere and radio transmission, ground currents, and the magnetic field of the Earth. There is also a second retarded but pronounced reaction about 25 hours later, and auroral displays. In 1948, Enrico Fermi explained the electromagnetically high charges of the cosmic rays as a result of the positive particles having traveled through magnetic fields in space. In 1951, Richmeyer and Teller followed an earlier idea of Swan, who explained these charges as originating from the sun. Protons and heavy nuclei could be accelerated to the enormous velocity of cosmic ray particles by an extended magnetic field of solar origin. Both theories assume the existence of magnetic fields in space. I could add to this that if the Earth is a negatively charged body, the great energy with which positive charges, the cosmic rays, rush toward the Earth is not in the least enigmatic. Holy crap. Kind of gives pause for those microbursts that one guy talks about. I mean, the sun could probably sneeze half an Earth and send it our way, and it would immediately bury whatever it landed on. And maybe that's the reason oceans become mountains and mountains become oceans. Come to think of it, that's a scary thought. It would just be a matter of time. I hope those are giant spaceships shooting whatever comes out of the sun. And you got all these billionaires talking about getting off planet. See, what do they know that we don't? Well, maybe we're learning. We are entering a magnetic fluff that we're going to be in for 10,000 years, as a matter of fact. It's in my next space show. Maybe I should read it now. Plus, the sun is at like an all-time minimum. Man, I'm going to have to find out what Thunderbolts has to say about that. A negatively charged body attracts positive charges. At Mount Wilson Observatory, Harold Babcock determined in 1947 that some of the fixed stars possess general magnetic fields of great intensity. Babcock's the guy who fired Halton. One of the stars was found to reverse its polarity every 9 days,
Get him.
from plus 7,000 Gauss to minus 6,300 Gauss. This may be understood as a sign that the star is rotating, turning another pole to us every 9 days. The star shows no Zeeman effect in between. That is, when the observer is in the plane of the equatorial belt of the star, in the same position in which we are permanently in relation to our sun. In 1952, the Royal Astronomer Sir Harold Spencer Jones estimated that magnetic properties were established in more than 100 stars, and the number of identified magnetic stars is rapidly growing. I have not heard of magnetic stars until just recently. Several years ago, Dr. J.S. Hall of the United States Naval Observatory and Dr. W. Hiltner of Yerkes Observatory, actually it's Yerkes, Wikipedia says to pronounce it that way, Yerkes Observatory found that the light from certain stars is strongly polarized. It was surmised that starlight must pass through particles of magnetized interstellar dust. The question raised was why the particles of dust should all be orientated in the same direction as their magnetic axis. However, if these clouds of dust are electrically charged and in motion, the common magnetic orientation of these particles is only natural. In 1950, W. Bade of Palomar and L. Spitzer of Princeton offered a theory of colliding galaxies. By November 1952, it was definitely spoken of as a titanic collision of two giant star clusters behind the constellation Cygnus, the swan of the Milky Way. The fact of the big crash was substantiated by strong evidence. The radio noises coming from beyond the Milky Way and sifted through it. Galaxies, each as large as the Milky Way, with numberless stars, were riding one through another, colliding and sending out a terrible SOS through the universe in the form of anguished radio noises. These signals were interpreted by Bade and K. Minkowski as the reverberations of crashes on a galactic scale. After millions of years of traveling with the velocity of light, these signals reached our radio telescopes as clearly audible noises. They left the place of the catastrophe so long ago. Yet, because of the magnitude of galaxies, the collision is possibly still going on. The signals that are emitted today will reach our solar system when our sun may have already turned into a dwarf star and our planet into clouds of dust. Now, not only the fact of the collision of galaxies startled the astronomers, but even more, the medium through which it became known. The colliding galaxies send electromagnetic signals, thus evidencing the electromagnetic structure of galaxies and of the very space of the universe. By August 1953, the statement was made that another celestial host of stars was charging on a rival galaxy in the direction of the sky where we see the Crab Nebula, and still another collision was going on behind the constellation Cassiopeia. In March 1951 issue of RCA Review, John H. Nelson of the Engineering Department of RCA Communications Incorporated, that's Radio Corporation of America, corporation or company, announced the results of several years of careful observations on the dependence of regular radio transmission on the position of planets in the solar system. He drew graphs and wrote, "It can be readily seen from these graphs that disturbed conditions show good correlation with planetary configurations. It is definitely shown that each of the 6 planets studied is effective in some configurations." The press reported evidence of a strange and unexplained correlation between the positions of Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars in their orbits around the Sun and the presence of violent electrical disturbances in the Earth's upper atmosphere seems to indicate that the planets and the Sun share in a cosmic electrical balance mechanism that extends 1 billion miles from the center of our solar system. Such an electrical balance is not accounted for in current astrophysical theories. Short-wave frequencies are disturbed when Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars line up, either in a straight line or at right angles to one another. Nelson emphasized that the phenomenon is not due to gravitational effect or tidal poles between planets and the Sun. Actually, the phenomenon indicates that the planets are electrically charged bodies. In this connection, the older theory of a direct but unexplained relation between the revolution of Jupiter and the sunspot cycle is seen in a new light. Also, the observation of Stetson of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology that the moon affects radio reception. It is twice as good when the moon is under the horizon as when it is overhead. Belongs in the same category as Nelson's observation of planetary influences on the ionosphere. Stetson thought this effect was caused by some radiation emanating from the moon. For a neutral moon could not produce the phenomenon. In 1953, the strange fact was established that the solar tides in the Earth's atmosphere are 16 times more powerful than the lunar tides in the atmosphere. A fact in complete conflict with the tidal theory, according to which the action of the moon on oceanic tides is several times more powerful than that of the sun. The 50-fold discrepancy is still without an acceptable explanation. These are only a few of the recent discoveries that make a revision of the mechanistic concept of the universe quite mandatory. Make a revision of the mechanistic concept of the universe quite mandatory. That's something. You know, I've learned more just from reading this essay or speech than I have watching the last 10 or 15 mainstream programs. You just learn the same stuff over there. They would never tell us things like this. Exactly because of the accuracy achieved without reckoning with forces that appear to exist. Celestial mechanics, a solid work of great mathematical minds for almost 3 centuries, may seem even more in need of such revision. All this has little direct bearing on the story of worlds in collision, which claims only the effect to be expected if a magnetic body like the Earth should come very close to another magnetic body. It was my skepticism concerning the infallibility of the celestial mechanics, which assumes the celestial bodies to be electrically and magnetically sterile, that
to show you. Okay, now go over to the right into that like bubble that it's spitting out. You see a face in there?
was the real cause of the emotional outburst. Let us think of a binary or double star. Both stars revolve around each other, or a common center. A half-revolution period of a few days, or only hours, is common. Let us assume that the stars of the binary are magnets, 7,000 Gauss strong. It is immediately obvious that even should the electrical component of the electromagnets be disregarded, these stars are not moving in a system purely mechanical. But this is enough to render the purely mechanical celestial system fallible, in respect also to single stars, and equally so to the Sun and its planets. In Jupiter and its moons, we have several not unlike the solar family. The planet is cold, yet its gases are in motion. It appears probable to me that it sends out radio noises, as do the Sun and the stars. I suggest that this be investigated. Uranus is the only planet about which we know that for a considerable part of its revolution, it turns one of its poles toward us. If the gases on Uranus are not in turbulent motion, but have a smooth reflecting surface, I would expect the solar light reflected from the polar regions of Uranus to be polarized. As is well known, light reflected from the poles of a magnet is polarized. It is generally thought that the magnetic field of the Earth does not sensitively reach to the Moon, but there is a way to find out whether it does or not. The Moon makes daily rocking movements. They found out that it does. Librations of latitude, some of which are explained by no theory. I suggest investigating whether these unaccounted librations are synchronized with the daily revolutions of the magnetic poles of the Earth around its geographical poles. C. Payne Gaposchkin of Harvard, who in the last years has written many long articles against the theory of worlds in collision, in which she asserted that the celestial bodies could not possibly possess electrostatic charges enough to produce any of the observed effects on the motion within the solar system, now makes, in the September 1953 issue of the Scientific American, this confession. 10 years ago, in our hypothesis of cosmic evolution, we were thinking in terms of gravitation and light pressure. Light pressure. That's almost ridiculous. Tomorrow, we may contemplate a galaxy that is essentially a gravitating turbulent electromagnet. There will be more concessions as time goes on. Our sun and its planets are not outside a galaxy. They are not unique or an exception in the plan of the universe. I like to tell this story. Once in the twilight hour, a visitor came to my study, a distinguished-looking gentleman. He brought me a manuscript dealing with celestial mechanics. This is my favorite one, after a glance at some of the pages, I had the feeling that this was the work of a mathematical genius. I entered into a conversation with my visitor and mentioned the name of James Clerk Maxwell. My guest asked, "Who is he?" Embarrassed, I answered, "You know, the scientist who gave a theoretical explanation of the experiments of Faraday."
And who is Faraday?
Inquired the stranger. In growing embarrassment, I said, "Of course, the man who did the pioneer work in electromagnetism."
And what is electromagnetism?
Asked the gentleman. "What is your name?" I inquired. He answered,
Isaac Newton.
I awoke. On my knees was an open volume, Newton's Principia. This story is told to illustrate what I have said before. Would you listen to anybody discuss the mechanics of the spheres who does not know the elementary physical forces existing in nature? But this is the position adopted by astronomers, who acclaim as infallible a celestial mechanics conceived in the 1660s, in which electricity and magnetism play not the slightest role.
Right on.
In the fields of archaeology, geology, and astronomy, the last few years have brought a vast array of facts to corroborate the claim made in Worlds in Collision that there were physical upheavals of a global character in historical times, that these catastrophes were caused by extraterrestrial agents, and that the nature of these agents may be identified, although I arrived at results in conflict with orthodox beliefs. Yet, recent years have disclosed new observations and findings, all in support and none in refutation. What I want to impress upon you is that science today, as in the days of Newton, lies before us as a great uncharted ocean, and we have not yet sailed very far from the coast of ignorance. In the study of the human soul, we have learned only a few mechanisms of behavior as directed from the subconscious mind, but we do not know what thinking is or what memory is. And in biology, we do not know what life is. The age of basic discoveries is not yet at its end, and you are not latecomers, for whom no fundamentals are left to discover. As I see so many of you today, I visualize some of you 10 or 20 or 30 years from now as fortunate discoverers, those of you who possess inquisitive and challenging minds, the will to persist, and the urge to store knowledge. Don't be afraid to face facts, and never lose your ability to ask the question, why and how? Be in this like a child. Don't be afraid of ridicule. Think of the history of all the great discoveries. I quote Alfred North Whitehead. If you have had your attention directed to the novelties of thought in your own lifetime, you will have observed that almost all really new ideas have a certain aspect of foolishness when they are first produced. Therefore, dare, and should even the great ones of your age try to discourage you, think of the greatest scientist of antiquity, Archimedes, who jeered at the theory of Aristarchus, 25 years his senior, that the earth revolves around the sun. Untruth in science may live for centuries, and you may not see yourself vindicated. But dare. Don't persist in your idea if the facts are against it, but do persist if you see facts gathering on your side. It may be that even the strongest opposition, that of figures, will crumble before the facts. The greatest mathematician who ever walked on these shores, Simon Newcomb, proved in 1903 that a flying machine carrying a pilot is a mathematical impossibility. In the same year of 1903, the Wright brothers, without mathematics, but by a fact, proved him wrong. In religion, the great revelations and the great authorities, the founding fathers, belong to the past, and the older the authority, the greater it is. In science, unlike religion, the great revelations lie in the future. But coming generations are the authorities, and the pupil is greater than the master. If he has the gift to see things anew, all fruitful ideas have been conceived in the minds of the nonconformists, for whom the known was still unknown, and who often went back to begin where others passed by, sure of their way. The truth of today was the hearsay of yesterday. Imagination coupled with skepticism and an ability to wonder, if you possess these bountiful, nature will hand you some of the secrets out of her inexhaustible store. The pleasure you will experience in discovering truth will repay you for your work. Don't expect other compensation, because it may not come, yet dare. Excellent. Hear, hear. All those years ago, he gave this speech. It must have seemed that they were on the precipice of changing the paradigm, and it was just a matter of time. 60-some years later, with the same paradigm. Amazing.
I want to add something to that. And then I'm going to come out and say hello, and we'll move on. But this is something I recently picked up. Rare minerals and elements are present in moon soil samples brought back to Earth by Soviet and American probes and Apollo. This puzzled scientists because in order for them to fuse at one time, the temp had to be at least 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So that kind of goes along with what Velikovsky's talking about, in order to fuse. Iron samples brought back from the moon have never oxidized, rusted, after many years on Earth, while all Earth iron does. That's really kind of wild. It must be the type of atmosphere they formed in. There's really one conundrum. There's an iron pole in India that's ancient. It's never oxidized. That's one for the WTF bag that never gets responded to? Just the big mystery bag. How can that pole exist on Earth, and how did it get here? That's just what I'd like to know. Just another thing. All right, just wanted to share that with you. I'm going to come out in a second here. Oh, I was supposed to show that picture while I said it. All right, hold on one second. I'm coming out. What? All right, hold on one second. I've got two hands here. Let's do it. No. Okay, I got it together. Looking for you guys. There you are. All right, let me get the camera on you. Boom. Hello. How's everybody doing out there? Wanted to salute to the folks in the chat room. Ray Carr. Marietta.
Marietta.
Good to meet you, Marietta. Renegade. Oh. And we have a fella here named
G. Guidarelli.
G. Guidarelli. All right. Good to meet you. 2018, they discovered Saturn's rings have water. Yeah, it's just like on... Yes. Right. You got it. Just like on Earth. Another accurate prediction made by Velikovsky. Yeah, I haven't found the guy to be wrong yet. That's why I wouldn't bet against him.
Oh.
With the talking to my folks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me. I'm all in like a dumbass.
Yeah. No, man, it's okay, dude. Yeah, I was talking to you too. My son was standing here thinking I was just talking to him. He didn't know I was streaming. And
Christian P. Norris.
hi, Christian. Shockwave! Hey, we can chat a little bit. You want to get in the chat room in the hall? I'm in there. Come on in and see me sometime. Big fella. Prime, Sea of Chronos. Stephen 1066s. Okay, it's tradition. I have to do this.
Stephen 1066s. Sea of Chronos. Prime.
All right, I got it, you guys. Good to see you. Valerie's here. Hi, hey Val, what's up? You're out there? Are you? Come on and say hello if you are. Just, don't be shy, folks. Come on.
Valerie McBray.
What the fuck?
That's your friend Valerie.
Yeah, what's wrong with her? Oh, on my couch. Oh.
I know. Shockwave. Buried X-Blade! Good to see you, Barry. And Jared. Hey, Jared, what's up, my brother? Is this Jared from
X-Blade. It's
Patreon?
Blood.
I'm pretty sure it might be. Alright, well that's cool. So, alright, well I got everybody. I can get back to it. I was just going to see. If anybody shows up in the chat room and you want to chat, just come on and say so. I'm going to play a video in the meantime. Thanks for joining me. Happy Thanksgiving, and let's get back to it, huh? Okay, I'll see you in a bit. No sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home. The time she goes away, I wonder this time where she's gone. I wonder if she's gone to stay. Sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home. The time she goes away. All right, I'm going to kill my mic. Take a look at the deepest yearning of civilization's builders, and you will see the yearning for paradise. A desperate longing to recover the lost Golden Age. For the Egyptians, this was the revered Golden Age of Ra. For the ancient Sumerians, it was the Golden Age of An. A theme reverberating around the world. But now look at the deepest fears of the same peoples, and you will see the doomsday anxiety. Terror of the Great Catastrophe. This is not an isolated memory, but a memory inseparably linked to the theme of the ancestral paradise. The remembered events were not just catastrophic, they were the events that brought the Golden Age to an end. When the sky was overrun by chaos, two seemingly incompatible motives trace to a common experience, and both bring us back to the one story told around the world. Hence, the implication cannot be avoided. Something extraordinary was remembered by the first Skywatchers.
something profound and yet unexplained. In the course of these submissions, trying to maintain a sense of direction, chronology, the physical evidence, dynamics, all of these issues intertwine. Moreover, various individuals exploring catastrophist ideas will work from different perspectives.
I forgot to say hi.
And will hold different ideas as to what constitutes the most solid ground for a starting point. The solid ground in David Talbot's orientation to these things is the substratum of human memory. It is this substratum that raises the deepest historical questions and sends us scurrying about to find answers, even if the answers upset various specialists, asking them to reconsider the most fundamental assumptions of their discipline. My own conclusion came as a great surprise. The substratum of human memory is incredibly dependable, but others would consider that to be a losing proposition out of the gate. So there's an immediate problem of communication. Just to avoid misunderstanding, Jungian collective memory, though Jungian archetypes may indeed come into the equation in a bigger picture. For now, I mean the common mythical, symbolic, and ritual themes of widely separate cultures. Another way of putting it might be points of agreement concerning remembered events. In this inquiry, I think there are certain things we can all agree on. The truth is unifying because it eliminates contradiction. When you are looking for the truth of a matter, any significant and incontrovertible fact is good news because it can save you from heading in the wrong direction. It's particularly good news if it compels you to change your mind, because in doing so, it has liberated you from a burden that could only grow. When it comes to the more fundamental errors, a whole lifetime could be spent on a dead end. Once, the world was quite a different place. In the beginning, we were ruled by the central luminary of the sky, the motionless sun, presiding over an age of natural abundance and cosmic harmony, creator king, the father of kings, the founder of the kingship rights. And this earliest remembered time was the exemplary epoch, the Golden Age, the standard for all later generations. But the ancient order was disrupted, and the entire cosmos fell into confusion. And we're still in confusion. We are an upside-down species with amnesia. When the universal monarch tumbled from his appointed station, then the hordes of chaos were set loose, and all of creation slipped into a cosmic night. The gods themselves battling furiously in the heavens. And yet, from this descent into chaos, a new world emerged, now reconfigured, but with the universal monarch himself rejuvenated and transformed, assuming his rightful place in the heavens.
I'm here.
The truth can be demonstrated by following certain rules. Call these our rules for re-envisioning human history. Our first rule is we will always work from the general motif to the specific.
Yeah.
A second is only broadly reoccurring themes count as evidence, particularly in the early stages of construction.
Oh, fuck. I'm going to bed in 2 hours,
and there is a third rule. Earlier recorded versions of the reoccurring themes must be permitted to explain later variants. Okay, just one more rule. We must allow ancient drawings to illuminate the myths and rites, while permitting the myths and...
Yeah, Velikovsky was amazing, but he was not infallible.
Crucial, because around the world, ancient skygazers drew remarkably similar pictures of things that do not exist in our skies today. And the things depicted are the subjects of the myths and rites, though this
looks like a Russian jet. Is that a Russian jet?
Generally recognized, either by catastrophists or by mainstream scholars. I mean, mainstream, just forget about it. They would just dismiss this out of hand. You know, Jupiter what?
Well, I'm
Saturn what?
I'm changing the finish on my SKS at the moment.
Archetypal figures of myth are there? There are 7. I say
changing it from just regular
are just 7.
Orangey brownish kind of color to true black.
And gals. For openers, we know there is at least one archetypal figure because he is the god whose ancient name was One.
Didn't know that, sorry.
The primeval, all-encompassing unity. This figure is, of course, the universal monarch, the subject of our one story, so our one story might be subtitled The Story of One. Examples would include the Egyptian Atum and Ra, Sumerian An and Utu, Akkadian Anu and Shamash, Hindu Varuna and Brahma, Greek Uranus and Kronos, Aztec Omityatl and Quetzalcoatl, to name a few. Our claim is that all other stories, all other archetypal figures, when investigated at the core, lead back to the one story, intersecting with this story in the most remarkable and explicit ways. Here are the other figures. The Queen of Heaven. Wherever you find the universal monarch, you will find, close at hand, the ancient mother goddess, the goddess whom the Sumerians called Inanna. The Queen of Heaven, and the Babylonians Ishtar, and the Egyptians Isis, Hathor, and Sekhmet, each with numerous counterparts in their own and in other lands, and virtually all of them viewed symbolically as daughter or spouse of the Creator King, and the mother of another, equally prominent figure, the warrior hero. This is the great national hero, originally the demiurge, the servant of the Creator King, but passing into later myth as the laboring warrior, messenger, or servant of a great chief or regional ruler. He is the Hercules archetype, a figure combining knowledge and brutish strength, quick wit, and episodic foolishness. He defeats the chaos monsters in the primordial times, and he reconfigures the world, with a personality clearly dominating the later mythical chronicles. The warrior hero is the prototype of the famous tricksters and buffoons of later myth and folklore, flowering into thousands of tribal variations: Egyptian Shu, Horus, and Sept, Akkadian Nergal, Hindu Indra, Norse Thor, Greek Ares, Hercules, the Aztec Huitzilopochtli. I finally got that one down. Also in North America, Coyote and Raven, but countless others as well. Because the warrior hero is far and away the most active figure in the myths. Next is the Primal Seven. These satellite figures are presented in a variety of contexts as wise men, patriarchs, seers, children, dwarves, stones of fate, stars, orbs, heads of chaos monster. They are the first reason for the sanctity of the number 7 in ancient symbolism. Then we have the chaos monster. Here we meet the darker, more menacing powers possessing the often hidden link to aspects of the mother goddess or warrior type hero, warrior hero type. Of these darker creatures, none is more prominent than the cosmic serpent or dragon, the monster that descends on the world to preside over the twilight of the gods, and whose ultimate defeat signals the birth of a new age, or, symbolically, a new year. Babylonian Tiamat, Egyptian dragon of Apep, Greek Typhon. But within every culture, endless variations will be found, hundreds of monsters, repeating the primeval catastrophe, each providing a different nuance, a different accent, a different way of remembering the cosmic agent of doomsday. Then we have chaos hordes. These are the companions of the monster figures. They are the swarming powers of disorder and calamity, the friends of darkness. Flaming, devouring demons, which so many magical rites were contrived to ward off. From the Norse Valkyries to the Greek Erinyes, from the Babylonian Pazuzu, demons to the Egyptian fiends of Set. Every culture remembered the onslaught of these chaos demons, moving across the heavens as a sky-darkening cloud and ushering in the cosmic night. In their earliest expressions, they do not just announce the primeval catastrophe, they are the catastrophe. Then we have the rejuvenated Creator King. Lastly, there is the compelling personality of the dying God King, often a resurrected or transformed figure whose spring back to life is reflected in the dramas of the new year, symbolically, the passing from one age to another. Though his identity is inseparably tied to the universal monarch, he nevertheless emerges in distinction from that God as his son, the younger version, or rejuvenated form of his own father. Examples would include the Egyptian Osiris, Akkadian Marduk, the Persian Ahura, Mazda, Norse Balder, Hebrew Yahweh, Phoenician Bel, Greek Zeus. So there are just 7 archetypal personalities of myth, if you count them in this way. We are not separating the chaos monster into its male-female aspects, so we count only one monster. We are separating the universal monarch into his elder and younger versions, however.
End of part 1. We arrive, therefore, at our first critical juncture, an acid test. Can a mere 7 categories actually encompass all of world mythology? While there are numerous complexities and ambiguities to slow us down periodically, the vast majority of well-documented regional figures of myth can be readily identified in terms of these archetypes, and the implications are quite astounding if you set this principle beside the different theories offered to explain myth in the past. Not a single theory proposed before Velikovsky opened the door will account for the archetypes, the bedrock of myth. The implications become all the more astounding when you begin to see that each of the archetypal figures is linked in no uncertain terms to the one story.
We're working on my things.
The next few submissions. The universal structure to ancient memory is present. The 6 additional biographies retell the story of one, but each with a slight turn, putting the focus on a particular aspect of the story and providing more colorful action and detail. What an amazing principle, if true. Of all the skills that the independent researcher might bring to his inquiry, none will prove more crucial than that of pattern recognition. There is structure to myth, structure that has never been sufficiently acknowledged. Structure implies coherence, an integrity between the parts. Clearly, human imagination must have gone wild to have produced the incredible vistas of the ancient mythscape. But structure is there too, and structure means that human imagination was not operating in a vacuum. What could have unleashed human imagination in this way, while yet inspiring a universal myth? Nothing less than the most awesome and traumatic experiences in human history, I would say. And that was by Dave Talbot. I ran into it just surfing around on this page that you'll find a link to in the description, and it's Saturn Theory Overview. It's called Thoth. Some early Talbot from 97.
Oh yeah, what do you think of that, Shockwave?
The polar configuration.
Are you there?
What do I think? What, the skulls?
No, David Talbot's piece that just played. Were you not watching?
Yeah. Oh. Well, I've seen it before.
Yeah, well, I mean, to me it seems as though Saturn theory has so much going for it. And, you know, what is it, Newton, who said, you have to start out with a hypothesis, and it can't be a theory. It has to graduate to that after a few facts have lined up in its favor, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And, I mean, if you can make predictions like Velikovsky, Wallace have done, it kind of lends itself to the theory that is being presented by these guys, that the universe is electric.
Oh yeah.
And electric discharges were responsible for a lot of the things that happened on this planet, almost wiping us out, reforming it, reshaping it, well, not forming it, but resizing it, reshaping it, the surface, you know.
They really seem to go hand in hand, don't they? The electric universe and Saturn theory. It's like they make sense. It's something. It's actually, you know, there's a let there be light moment, which was recorded in the Bible, and it's, you know, there's really, like Velikovsky said in one of the videos that played, there are no useless parts to a dream. So these ancient writings, they couldn't have just come from somebody just pulling them out of their butt, you know. They have to have some kind of you know, some substance, something's there. It has to be. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I was just telling Valerie to come back. She said, I'm there on Discord. And I said, you were?
Oh, okay. I'm
just telling her to come back if she wants to.
I'm setting up a slideshow that's a little better than the one that's playing. But I wrote a few thoughts down, so I'm going to share them with you and get your you know, 2 cents. Maybe it can add up to a couple bucks. Let's see. Oops, wrong one. Okay, I'll put you on camera 2. Here it is. Okay. Now, let me see what it is I wrote. Some kind of rambling I did, every once in a while. There are stories of giants, the stories of all the giants.
Right.
And okay, hold on.
Yeah, you were just muted, Val. That's all.
Anyways,
go ahead, Greg.
Anyways, Shockwave, there are stories of giants, and I have to wonder the actual size of these guys, I mean, there is a legend in Romania where a jealous giant, a diva, that's where the word comes from, severed a mountain with a giant plow. Now, if there's any reality to that, imagine how big that giant would have had to have been to have an effect on something like a mountain.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
I mean, it'd be like 120 feet tall or something like that, right?
12 max, maybe 9-10 feet, and they would be considered giants, even to us at the moment.
I'm wondering, there's this theory that giants slowly got smaller. They started out as over 100 feet tall. So you think there's no substance to that whatsoever?
Yeah, no, that's no.
Okay.
Well, take into account, if they're calling it a diva, maybe it didn't have a human form. Maybe it was an animal of some type that was quite large.
Yeah, it's a Romanian myth. Actually, I did a story on it a couple weeks ago.
I'll have to ask my Romanian friend.
Yeah, that would have been cool. Yeah, maybe they would know.
Yeah, she immigrated to the U.S. when she was 15, so she grew up in Romania, and she, knows a lot of their history, and she gets very political. That's the only warning.
Rick, that guy, are you familiar with that one archaeologist? He kind of talks like this in a monotone voice. I don't know his name offhand. He's like from Germany or Switzerland or something. He did a lecture that I happened to see, and they found, according to him, 30-foot a leg bone that belonged to a giant that had to at least be 30 feet tall. You think they got
I don't know.
You think they got that big?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Well, it would help if I started the slideshow. I often just wondered about, because I know that when the gravity was a lot less, we had giant animals, dinosaurs, giant insects, and giant people. It was just, basically, it was probably due to the Earth's charge.
Well, how did they discern? My question is, how do they discern that femur bone was from a human being or a descendant of a human being, and not, say, a giraffe?
Well, they know the
or
difference
an elephant.
between animal bones and human bones. They know.
Well, they know
all
current
have a certain look.
It
looks just like ours, only it's just much bigger.
Right, and that's why I'm asking, how did they discern whether it was human ancestry or genealogy going way, way back, or whether it was
those people
evolutionary, an animal?
Those people are trained to at least know that. I mean, that's what they go to school to be a archaeologist for. I mean, a femur bone from a human is distinct from any other bone from a giraffe or a dog. You couldn't never mistake that. Plus, they have a certain thickness to them. They have, so it would probably be just like ours, but just have a lot more space. And I don't really want to spend a lot of brain power trying to break it down, but I just think that at one time giants were pretty fucking tall. Sorry, excuse my French. That's just what I think. Yeah. Are you guys familiar with Sun Tzu, The Art of War?
Yes, vaguely.
Some of the things that he says are just masterpieces. Like, one that I really like is, let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. That's awesome.
I actually learned a little bit about him from your son.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, some of the stuff he writes is just genius, man. His story.
Your son or Sun Tzu?
Sun Tzu, yeah. Oh, well,
I was going to say
yeah,
both.
well, Greg, yeah, of course, yeah. He's a literary genius, yeah. I mean,
He is.
Just loves to make up, to write. Okay, just to switch gears for a second. I got a couple of comebacks for you. Okay, if you're, having a problem with someone, I found some good ones. Here's one. Oh, so you don't like being treated the way you treat me? That must suck.
That's a good one.
Yeah, you're a gray sprinkle on a rainbow cupcake.
I like that one.
How many licks until I get to the interesting part of this conversation? Keep rolling your eyes. You might eventually find a brain. Your face makes onions cry. Did I invite you to the barbecue? Then why are you all up in my grill? Our kid must have gotten his brain from you. I still have mine. You have so many gaps in your teeth, it looks like your tongue is in jail. Oh, that's mean. If your brain was dynamite, there wouldn't be enough to blow your hat off. You are more disappointing than an unsalted pretzel. This is the last one. It's impossible to underestimate you. Oh, I'm sorry. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours?
My son has a great one. His favorite one to use is, I'm sorry, I can't explain it to someone with the IQ of the temperature of the North Pole.
I'm not insulting you, I'm describing you. If you have a problem with me, write the problem on a piece of paper, fold it, and shove it up your ass. That's pretty mean. That's pretty mean. Did the mental hospital test too many drugs on you today?
Sometimes I wish they would.
Beauty is only skin deep, but ugly goes clean to the bone.
That it does.
Seemed bright until you spoke. You look so pretty, not at all gross today. Oh, I like stuff like this. I could read it for hours, I swear.
A witty comeback is useful when it's placed well.
Yes. Yes. Okay, this is the last one. That sounds like a you problem. Here's a little advice. Don't let the mistakes of your past determine your future. Amen.
Absolutely.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. The world revolves around you. My apologies. How silly of me. Yeah. That's it.
That's it?
Rick, did you go to sleep? Rick went to sleep.
I don't know where he is.
Playing tanks, probably. Guy's obsessed. But that's cool.
Oh, dear.
You got to know your priorities. Process the plastic properties of your personality. I wrote that.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So what's been going on? Everything going good for you? Did you have a good Thanksgiving today with your family?
Yeah, it was pretty good. How about yours?
Oh yeah, I got up at 5 and got the turkey ready, put it in the oven. It was done by 8 o'clock in the morning. Dinner's done. It's kind of weird.
Whoopsie.
But I ate and fell asleep. Then woke up.
Yeah.
And thought, well,
Your household's kind of on.
Doing a live stream.
Your household's kind of on the backward schedule that I'm on.
Well, we're very unorthodox. It's just 3 guys.
Yes.
3 guys living together. And my 2 sons, and that's probably not going to be for very long. Because Nate's making his plans, wants to try it out on his own. I tell him, buddy,
really?
You better be sure it's what you want to do. If, you're only 18, you can wait a couple years,
He's got a safe place to land too, you know.
Well, yeah. I don't. My safety nets, I lost them many years ago. I'm my own safety net. But you know who's my safety net? My super supporters. They save me. I really mean it. Yeah, that little bit helps more than they know, than anyone does.
It raises your spirits, and
yes.
You know, I know how I can understand how it is.
I eke through every month. That's why I'm thinking about going back to work.
Really?
Yeah. Like
what are you looking to do?
Well, like what Nate does, you know, he goes to work at 9 in the morning and he's off at 6, and you know, he just walks around stocking shelves at Target. He's getting paid $15 an hour. That's good money.
You looking to come out of retirement for a job that's not too hard on the body?
Yeah, well, I used to work at Home Depot. I worked there for about 6 months. I was running the whole hardware department by myself. And then I didn't like the general manager. He was trying to make a name for himself. And he wrote me up because I brought grapes in for everybody. The day before, some girl brought in cookies. And I'm like, I was trying to watch what I eat. So, you know, I said, I'll bring in grapes. She did it. They wrote me up. I got so mad I quit. Because I just retired at Ford. I don't need some 30-year-old snotty-nosed kid telling me what to do. You know? I looked at my cell phone. I'm going to get a black mark. You know, that was just ridiculous.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah.
That was when I was working at Home Depot. I got wrote up for looking at my phone.
Oh, yeah.
And for bringing in grapes.
How's it going there, sweetheart? I heard you in the background.
No, that was Nate. Yeah.
Oh, that was Nate?
That was Nate Dogg. Yeah.
Well, I say hello to Nate, too.
You know, I mean, in the last week, you wouldn't believe it. Last Saturday, I don't want to really get too deep into this, but last Saturday night, Sunday, we did a live stream, and Paulie talked about her experience getting hacked. The very next day, I got hacked, and deeply. They took over my bank account. Here's the thing. They got past the two-step verification by removing me from my phone charter. However they did that, I'll never know. You know, my phone number. They stole my phone number to get past the two-step. I had to go down there in person and change it back.
Yeah, Greg was telling me about that. He said,
you know, they had already compromised my bank account, stole $300 from me. You know, I stopped it. I froze my credit companies and my cards. I have nothing right now. I had to kill all my cards, wait for them to come in the mail.
People are ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Tell Greg he needs to publish that book.
Well, I filed a police report, and I've got some information, like the 2 people that collected money out of my account. I got their names. I gave it to the cops, and they're investigating it. I want to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law.
It's a federal crime too.
They tried to steal my pension. Yeah, I know. That was their first move. It's just
internet
ridiculous.
Crimes are federal.
I've had it with that shit, man. I mean, who wants to like punish some guy in his mid-60s that's starting over for the last time? It just makes me so mad.
Chances are they had no idea who you were, and they got access to one thing from like a credit card being used in a store.
I lost my driver's license.
Oh, yep, there you go. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I get for that.
That's all they need. That's literally all they need.
In the long run, I'm gonna probably get the $300 back from my bank, and they. It was someone from Michigan, so it's not someone like that. I open an email. This is local. This is someone who lives 10 miles from me. I know their address.
There are people that can scan your credit card through a normal wallet in your pocket.
Well, you know what? They can deal with the cops now. And, you know, I'm really sorry, but maybe in a part of way, maybe I should thank them, because now everything that I have is 10 times more secure. I thought I was secure. They taught me that I was a sitting duck.
Well, and an RFID wallet is a good idea.
And if you have good credit and a little bit of stuff, you know, in the bank, money in the bank, just be careful. Don't use the same passwords. Don't tell anybody, obviously, but don't open anything from anyone you don't know.
Never.
Yeah, it's just
My
crazy.
contact
They're
is
out there.
limited.
It's like an epidemic, man. I wouldn't want
Because
to
nobody
steal
wants to
something
work
from
for
somebody
anything.
else.
Nobody wants to work for anything anymore.
That's immoral.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking thief. Get your own shit, man. Worked my balls off for this.
You sure did.
You know, so I don't know. You know, I mean,
My aunt actually works at Ford, and she's coming up close to retirement. And she's setting herself up right now to so she can retire comfortably.
well, that's good. Yeah,
And-
I hope
yeah.
everybody that I wish that for everybody. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know how someone can do something like that to somebody else and be able to sleep at night. I just don't.
I don't know either. People are evil.
It seems so, doesn't it? Well,
The
anyways,
world's gone crazy.
I don't really want to get too deep in that. That's good. I just wanted everybody to know I'm good now. I'm more secure, and you know, I'm just going
Yes.
to try to put it behind me and move on. You know, every day above ground is a good one. So
Yes, it is. We're thankful for that.
somehow, some way, the universe came about. Electricity, plasma, the ether appeared, and that's something that just, you know, is it immaculate conception?
It depends on which theory you subscribe to. If you subscribe to both, you can. It's really all up for debate, honestly.
Yeah. And I wonder, you know, the dying process. You know, obviously, with that situation I'm in, you know, it makes me reflect on my mortality and how fragile it really is. We take that for granted too. You know, and life is precious, man.
Yes, it is.
Dying process, does it take over immediately after immaculation? I mean, where do we go? Are we leaving back memories? Or is it so wonderful we just want to jump in and go swimming, you know? I wonder that. Have you ever listened to any, like people who have had near-death experiences?
Yep, and I've watched several family members. I've been their primary caregiver through their dying process. Now my grandma was my fourth in January. So, I do believe that there is a period of reliving their life, their decisions, like going back over, like you're reading a book or watching a movie. And some people have more to go through than others, and that's why the process takes so long for people that die of natural causes that aren't immediate, you know, of old age. That's my experience because they've all of the people that I've watched pass away have been of old age, and it has been a slow progression. But they ruminate, they reminisce, and they even go into it like so I don't want to call it an unconscious state because they're semi-lucid, but they're not fully lucid. And they see things, hear things, dream. It's almost like a meditative state, like a deep meditative state.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to disturb it. They get very combative, in my experience.
Well, you know, I mean, if I don't know how much experience you have in being around dead people, but the one thing that it's really obvious to me is that they're just not there.
No, they're hovering above. It's kind of like they're.
Nothing there. It's just.
The spirit leaves the body, is what I believe, and it is. It's not hurting, but something tethers it to when it takes them a long process. At a certain point, the spirit leaves the body, and like my grandmother took 12 days from unconscious, like comatose, to pass away.
Mm-hmm.
And
on a morphine
it was
drip. Let me guess, on a morphine drip.
Oh yeah.
They OD
Morphine atropine.
You know, they OD 'em.
No, they don't.
That's what I heard. I heard they OD them so they don't die.
They used to. They don't anymore. Hospice doesn't do barely anything anymore. I gave the morphine. I pushed the bolus button.
So you have experience in that, do you?
I did all of it.
Wow.
All of her, pretty much all of her care. I gave every dose of meds, everything. The only thing they did was come in every day, check her vitals, and look her over, which I was doing anyway, because I have the medical background. But they would come in, check her vitals, and I would assist them in washing her up, basically.
Yeah. Well, God bless you for doing that, man. You took care of her.
I did. I did, and I don't regret one moment of it.
Right. No, it's got to be hard. I know. I was around my mom at the hospital in her last days, and it was so ugly. I don't even like thinking about it. I just pull right out of it.
It can be ugly, and it can be so peaceful and come on a whisper. My grandpa, he came home from the hospital. He got diagnosed with leukemia on a Tuesday, it was Labor Day weekend. So the Tuesday after Labor Day, he passed away that Saturday. He was conscious till Friday evening. He got one small dose of morphine, and he didn't struggle to breathe. He didn't do anything. It just looked like he was sleeping. We thought we had months until he just wouldn't wake up. And then it was like, oh, well, crap, this is happening really fast. And he was home for 22 hours and passed away. And that was it. And it was on a whisper.
What really sucks is, this is the last thing I'm going to say about it, and I'm going to move on. The hardest thing in the world is saying, take them off the machine. But then you remember that they told you, if I ever have to live on a machine, I want you to pull the plug.
Absolutely.
But you still have to make that decision.
I fortunately have not had to make that decision. All of mine have been in a home hospice.
And the doctor puts it to you like you're being cruel and selfish by wanting them to stay here when they're suffering. That's how they come at you.
Well, of course they do.
How about if they're fighting and they might win?
If they're fighting and might win,
it's hard to give up, man. But they tell you
it's hard to know when.
It's inoperable. It's this. It's that. Don't believe a damn word of it. You got to
it's
get
hard to know
other
when.
Opinions. Has anybody ever
when.
Has anyone ever died from cancer, or is it always from the chemo and radiation? That scares the hell out of me, man. I don't want to be anywhere near anything like that. I hate even talking about it. It's just
they have a new radiation that interests me significantly, because it's very targeted to only cancer cells, and it's a proton.
Rife cured cancer in the 1930s, and then
this particular form of radiation that they're getting in hospitals, even locally, it intrigues me because it only attacks cancer cells.
Well, that's
it's electric, basically.
Well,
it's electric.
But that makes sense, doesn't it?
Instead of chemical.
Do you know about zeta potential? If you watched my video, ions against, what is it? Anions versus
cations, yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's something. Like acid in a battery, positive battery acid. It is acidic. And that's exactly like in the water we drink in our blood. Our blood has a what is it, pH value, which means pH stands for power of hydration, and the lower it is, the more acidic.
Yep.
Which makes sense. And
yes.
The higher it is, the more it's alkaline. But you don't want to get too alkaline.
Right.
Yeah. You got to get somewhere between 7.4 and, I don't know, like 9. No more than
7.4 is normal. Ideal is 8.
Yeah.
That's ideal for optimal health.
And doesn't it have to be a certain kind of water, like either like water that's naturally taken from a stream, or reverse osmosis?
If you're doing it the water route, yes. There's certain ways to do it. Yep.
And it says
reverse osmosis is the most popular if you're doing it via the water route.
Now
there's other ways to become alkaline.
What is magnetic water? I hear this stuff is really good, but I don't know. I don't
Magnetic
have a
water
clue
is
how to make it.
it's charged, like if you believe in crystals and healing energies, it's actually charged. The water is charged with a magnet.
Yeah, well, I think crystals indeed have special properties. Well, what those properties are, I don't know, but they are special.
Okay, so if you believe that they have special intrinsic properties, then you would understand the magnetic exposing, because you can expose water to certain crystals, not directly, but indirectly, and charged water, like the Wiccans and people that practice witchcraft or, magic, they do things like moon water and they pour it in their bathtub. Sometimes they drink it.
What do you do? Just let it sit out in the moonlight?
In the moonlight, and you can place crystals around it so that the moonlight penetrates the crystal and then goes into the water. And it infuses the crystal's energy into the water. Some crystals are water safe.
Anyone in chat?
Most are.
I'm sorry, Valerie, I don't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to say, anyone out there in chat, if you know how to make magnetic water, please let me know, because I'm interested in that. I hear that it's really healthy. I do halo therapy. You know what that is?
Yes.
Salt breather.
Yes.
You get those little porcelain salt things. You fill them up with Himalayan salt, and do like 20-minute sessions of just breathing through your mouth in that. And it really has a soothing effect for one. And man, when you get done after 20 or 30 minutes, you feel like your lungs capacity is doubled.
Yes. Himalayan salt is very good for your breathing. Very, very good.
Charges your blood too, which is the zeta potential. That's where that comes in.
Yep.
Yeah, and then the bioplasma too. I do that, and so that's why I'm thinking. I got this lump in my neck, but I know it's not cancer. I know it's not anything. It's just a clogged lymph node. I don't know how it happened. I did have some dental work done, which I still have to finish, but I don't have any abscesses or anything. I don't have any other symptoms. Just it's about the size of a golf ball, if you can imagine. Half of a golf ball, right where my lymph node is. It feels really alien to me.
Do you maybe have a salivary gland stone or a tonsil stone?
Possible.
That's creating.
I have no idea. I have to go on the 28th. They're going to do a biopsy. I don't know what the hell that entails. I imagine they're going to stick a needle in it.
That's exactly what they're going to do.
Oh, I hope it doesn't hurt.
Well, they'll numb your surface skin.
I don't like pain.
Where is it exactly?
In when the doctor feels your neck, the lymph nodes right in your neck, under your chin, jaw.
Yeah.
That right, the left one.
Okay. So it's actually a swollen lymph node then.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they already ascertained that with the
okay.
Little
well, there's lymphatic
ultrasound.
drainage massage.
Yeah, I know. I'm leaving it alone until the doctor looks at it. But even if they told me, they tell me something twisted, I'm going to say, I don't believe you. Because I feel fine. I feel pert as a rotten buck. Tell me. I'm ready to start the band again. We're going to start rocking again. I can't believe it.
I'm excited for that.
It's been 10 years. And we're all getting back together. The drummer Matt's on board. It's like, oh my God, this is awesome.
I'm excited for that. Like I can't wait to hear you guys play again.
Yeah, we'll get together. We'll see how it feels and all that, and rehearse for a while, and then try to find a gig. It's going to be cool.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be too hard. The only question is whether it's going to be a cover thing or an originals thing. I really like to lean toward the original side. I love playing covers, don't get me wrong, but
I think doing both is beneficial.
Old after a while, man.
I think doing both is beneficial.
Right. Oh, that's what I always did. Yeah, I had my original band and I had my cover band. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, to have one band do both has been, what my dream was, but I've never been able to get that ironed out. But I don't, because I kind of gave up on my music career, but now it's kind of, there's been a resurgence, and it's really only just for the love of the music, just the love of playing. I don't plan on ever making some.
Man, I wish we lived a little closer. I wish we lived a little closer.
Why?
Well, because my son wants to learn how to play the guitar.
Oh yeah.
And he also wants to learn MMA fighting from your son.
Oh, great. Yeah, he's into that. I mean, he is into that.
I know.
That's
and
like,
my son wants to learn how to do that.
We were going to do a show like that, just talking about his favorite fighters and all that, because it's intriguing. Conor McGregor is about to make a comeback. He was the champ for a while. He fought the heavyweight champion to 12 rounds. He hung in there with him the whole fight, and even put hands on him when no one else has been able to. But then he lost a couple fights, and Greg's a big fan of his. He's pretty interesting career.
Yeah, he loved Ronda Rousey too until she bitched out, basically.
Yeah. Well, I don't know much about her.
Ronda Rousey bitched. She took one loss and just quit.
I love boxing, man. But when after Ali got defeated, there was a resurgence with Mike Tyson. But ever since Tyson's been gone, I lost interest in boxing. There's really nobody that stood out since him. And that dude's a beast. He's 60 years old, and to look at him right now, you watch him. I've watched a few videos of him sparring. He's as powerful as he ever was, and as quick.
Yeah.
Whoever he's going to fight, he's going to punish him. The dude's a machine.
Absolutely.
I love Mike Tyson.
Some people are just built like that. They're just machines their entire life.
Yeah, no doubt.
They just
learned some tough lessons, went to prison, and what a colored life, what a colored past, Had world champion and all that. He beat the shit out of Larry Holmes. After Larry Holmes beat the shit out of Muhammad Ali, who was Tyson's idol. And Tyson, after he lost, he said, "Champ, I'm going to kick the shit out of him for you." He did too. He beat him to a pulp.
I used to be way more into boxing than I am now. I'm not a girl. I'm in a girl's body.
Yeah.
But I'm not really a girl.
Well, I kind of noticed that about you. You're kind of like a tomboy.
Very much.
That's cool.
Very much. I like football.
Or you could be classified as a nerd. But see, I find nerds sexy.
Nerd is a compliment to me.
But it's intelligence, not
yes.
Not sexy like intercourse.
Okay, from a woman's perspective, because biologically I'm a woman, obviously, and I look like a woman, and I'm not transgender or anything like that. But
you're my son's age.
Yeah, I am.
That leaves me out.
From a woman's perspective.
Never again for a younger woman. Never again. Never again. Never.
You can't.
Okay.
Don't say never, because there are still a few of us that are good.
Well, of course, but I don't want to go through that whole bit, man. It's just
no
matter how much of a fan they appear to be in the beginning, at the end, the very thing that attracted me to them, they end up hating. It's just weird.
Some women are just. I don't like women as a whole, so it's difficult for me to even discuss women because I generally don't like them.
Well, guys are the same way. Women and guys are the same. There's a lot of them that just don't even know which end is up, other than themselves.
But from a woman's perspective, anybody can be physically beautiful. It's not something that I worked for. I'm not proud of my exterior appearance.
Right.
I wasn't proud of it when I was 100 pounds.
I haven't seen you in 20 years.
Well, now I've had 2 babies, and they did a number on my body.
Well,
I'm a little chunker.
Should have used coconut oil.
Oh no, I don't have Well, I have
Oh.
adrenal masses and I gained weight. I don't have a ton of stretch marks, just one from where my belly button piercing
Just
is.
my varicose veins. Oh,
No, none of those.
my
It
ass.
just they did a number on my body.
It hurts my ass.
I'm sorry.
I've gained some weight, but even when I was slim and fit and out in the world a lot more, I never ever took "you're so hot" as a compliment. It's not a compliment to me.
Yeah, well, I never got told that, so I wouldn't
Because
know.
you just met me and you're looking at my outward physical appearance.
Yeah.
That was just a happy accident of genetics.
Oh yeah.
It's not something I worked to develop. If you tell me I'm a hard worker, if you tell me I'm brilliant, intelligent, well-spoken, those are things that I've worked for. Those are things that I've studied. Those are things that that means way more to me. Being a kind person, being empathetic, traits that I've developed and worked on in my life.
Yeah.
You can tell me my hair's pretty. That was a happy genetic accident. It's nice to hear, don't get me wrong. But it's a surface compliment, I would rather compliments from someone who actually knows me, I think they mean more.
Well, what if I was to attempt to compliment not just you, but everyone here? I appreciate your open-mindedness, for a different perspective, point of view. But I don't think that's a compliment that really can be mistaken.
No, it's not.
It's genuine.
It is a genuine compliment. Listen, Greg knows we've known each other for a long time. I've known junior and senior for a long, long time. I worked in the bars for a really long time. I was a bartender and a waitress for like 18 years.
You poor thing.
And some of the bars I worked at were a little sketchy.
Yeah.
And most of them were geared towards men. Sports bars, pubs.
Yeah.
They weren't women dominated.
As a rule, guys would probably be just very nice to you and congenial and complimentary, right?
As a rule, they were piggish and irritating.
Wow. Really? Wow.
Yeah, as a rule.
Wow. I wouldn't expect that.
As a rule, they were piggish and handsy and inappropriate and yeah.
I always had a pleasant experience dealing with waitresses and waiters,
Well,
cordial, pleasant.
I worked at Easttown. You know what Easttown was like. I spent 11 years in that bar.
In Detroit?
No, I worked at the one in Chesterfield when it was open.
Oh, Easttown Pub.
Nope, Lounge.
Lounge. Where was that at?
Yep.
I don't know if I remember.
Pub was in East Point. Lounge was in Chesterfield on 21 and Gratiot.
I get it. Okay, yeah.
And it's same owner. So if you know the one in East Point, you know how the one in Chesterfield was run. It was run the exact same way.
The bar owners are the worst. They're the worst.
It was
They're
geared
so
toward
cheap.
Who?
Bar owners. They're so cheap, especially with bands. They always try to cut corners. Oh yeah, what was your bar tab? Take all this off. You're left with a few nickels.
Well, and the one you met me at was No Sweat, and that was a sports bar.
Yeah, but he paid pretty good.
For his entertainment, yeah.
We made $400 a night there. It was $100 each. So doing a 4-hour gig for a hundy, it's worth it for me.
Especially because of the time it was. That was back in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
That was 20 years ago. So, because I switched over to Easttown when I was 20 years old. And I worked there from 20 to 28. 29. Sorry, I was 29 when I got pregnant and left the bar business.
Aha.
And
the plot emerges.
Easttown Lounge was was bad. It was a very vulgar place.
Well, I'm gonna try to get into get back into subject here. I'm gonna play this polar configuration by David Talbot. So just chill for a while, okay, guys? We'll be back.
All right.
The theory holds that a unique congregation of planets preceded the planetary system, familiar to us today. For Earthbound witnesses, the result was a spectacular, at times highly unified apparition in the heavens, the obsessive focus of human attention around the world. For more than 20 years, Dave claimed that this fear-inspiring image once stretched across the northern sky, towering over ancient star worshippers. He termed this planetary arrangement the polar configuration because it was centered on the north celestial pole, and he proposed that the history of this configuration is the history of the ancient gods recorded in the fantastic stories, pictographs, ritual reenactments of the first star worshippers. A vast field of data is therefore available to the investigator. Remarkably, similar pictures of a sun in the sky revealed no similarity to our sun today. A pictographic crescent placed on the orb of the sun, and a radiant star placed squarely in its center. The universal chronicles of the cosmic mountain, a pillar of fire, the light rising along the world axis, the myth of a central sun or a motionless sun at the celestial pole, identification of this ancient sun with the planet Saturn. In early astronomies, a radiant city or temple of heaven, providing the prototype for the sacred habitation of Earth. The global memories of a star goddess with long flowing hair, an angry goddess raging across the sky with wildly disheveled hair, threatening to destroy the world. A flaming serpent or dragon, disturbing the celestial motions or attacking the land. An ancestral warrior or hero, born from the womb of the star goddess to vanquish the chaos serpent or dragon. Is it even possible that such diverse motifs could have a unified explanation? One fact remains uncontested after many years of publishing on this subject. The hypothesized planetary configuration does predict or account for hundreds of ancient themes never before explained. And at a level of detail or specificity, at a level of detail or specificity that could not be denied. Indeed, I have gone so far as to brashly claim not a single general motif or ancient myth, ritual, or symbolism is left unexplained in the most straightforward way by the model. And that's what I mean when I say the model supports a general theory of ancient symbolism as a whole. It needs to be emphasized, therefore, that the historical argument for the polar configuration is fully testable against a massive historical record of nonsense. And I would hope that this will provide some assurance to those unnerved by the source material, ancient testimony. If the model is fundamentally incorrect, the experts on ancient myth and symbolism will have no trouble whatsoever refuting it. Find Deloria, author of the recently published book Red Earth and White Lies, that Ted told me about when I talked to him, has asked a couple of questions which I would like to address, but not in one shot because the questions are too fundamental for that. I'd like to see if I can divide the issues into segments that could make for useful discussion. The Saturn theory arose from a historical argument, in the sense that the argument relates to the human past, as implied by the details of human memory in ancient times, and by human artifacts. I shall offer this series of summaries as an exercise in clarifying the historical argument without the aid of visual presentation. One obvious and immediate question is whether something is as ambiguous as myth could actually qualify as evidence. The historical argument focuses on points of agreement in the memories of widespread races, suggesting levels of coherence, often missed by historians and anthropologists, and raising the possibility that this coherence arises from a core of human experience that has been missed as well. There is an overarching idea in this argument. We've not only misunderstood the past, we failed to recognize the consistency of ancient memory in pointing to extraordinary events never considered by modern science. John Cook said in his writings, mainstream science would have us believe that in the last 2,000 to 4,000 years, nothing has happened. Remarkably, every motive of our early ancestors directs our attention to experiences impossible to comprehend in terms of any natural phenomena occurring today. This consistency will be seen even at the most fundamental levels of human memory and the most deeply rooted theme of the first civilization. The universal memory of a former age of the gods. The universal memory of an ancestral golden age, inaugurating the age of the gods. The universal memory of a celestial king of the world, whose life inspired the ancestral leap into civilization. Descriptions of the gods as luminaries of immense size and power, wielding weapons of thunder and stone. The universal claim that the ancient world evolved by critical phases or cycle, punctuated by sweeping catastrophe. Global traditions of gods and heroes ruling for a time, then departing amid terrifying spectacles and upheavals. The frequently stated transfiguration of the departed gods into distant stars, the identification of these ruling gods with planets in the first astronomies, the relentless urge of star worshippers to draw pictures of celestial forms never seen in the sky, their desperate yearning to recover the semblance of a lost cosmic order, their collective efforts to replicate in architecture, the towering forms claimed to have existed in primeval times, their festive recreations, through mystery plays and symbolic rites of cosmic violence and disorder, their reputation through ritual sacrifice of the deaths or ordeals of the gods, their brutal and ritualistic wars of expansion, celebrated as a reptilian or as a repetition of the cosmic devastation wrought in wars of the gods. Motives as these constitute, in fact, the most readily verifiable underpinnings of ancient ritual, myth, and symbol. How strange that in their incessant glance backwards, the builders of the first civilizations never remembered anything resembling the natural world in which we live. What is needed in the face of usual but widely repeated memories is brutal intellectual honesty. Amen Ra. How did human consciousness emerge from the womb of nature, converge on the same improbable ideas contradicting nature? For centuries, we've lived under the illusion that our ancestors simply made up explanations of natural phenomena they didn't understand. That's not the problem. What the myth makers interpreted or explained through stories and symbols and ritual reenactments is an unrecognizable world, a world of alien sights and sounds, of celestial forms, of cosmic spectacles, and earth-shaking events that do not occur in our world. That is the problem. From an evaluation of the global themes of ancient cultures, we have hypothesized a world order never imagined by mainstream theory, a world in which planets moved on different courses, appearing huge in the sky. Heavens spanning celestial forms dominated human imagination to the point of obsession at the time of civilization's birth. Our contention will be that hundreds of ancient themes speak for a unified experience, an experience more specific in context and detail than any of us had ever imagined when we started our research. No universal theme stands alone or in isolation from any of the others. All are connected. All speak for the presence of coherent memory beneath the surface of seemingly random detail. In offering these summaries, I'm not asking or expecting anyone to embrace the extraordinary theory of planetary history involved, only to consider highly interesting evidence that it is. Merely discovering the active memory will throw remarkable new light on the ancient structures of human consciousness. In the course of these summaries, questions and challenges will be welcome, and when possible, I will try to incorporate these into the narrative as we go along. That's David Talbot. And then it continues, a different aspect of the same story. That's what I was looking for. Corroboration, but not in verbatim. The story of the one, some early Talbot from 97.
What was that? Oh, that's fun. That's cool.
Other nearby planets, or sub-dwarf stars. Worlds with an opposing negative electrical potential with respect to Saturn would be attracted into resonant alignment during these close encounters. Eventually, several planets, including Earth, Venus, and Mars, were steered and captured into an interplanetary configuration centered on Saturn. As planets locked in polar resonance with Saturn, they were simultaneously trapped in a second-order resonance with Jupiter and with each other. The Nice model suggests that when the system naturally evolved into a configuration in which the giant planets were locked in a quadruple resonance, the planets had to move in parallel to preserve the resonant configuration. All in all, according to David Talbot, the entire planetary configuration moved through a gaseous envelope extending perhaps several million miles from Jupiter. Jupiter was the apparent source of an interplanetary vortex within the gaseous envelope, a vortex powerful enough to bring the participating planets into alignment and to maintain the alignment in the face of the natural forces working against it. Incorporating all other gods who came near, Hesi had said, Kronos swallowed all his children but Zeus, intending to prevent the kingship of the gods from passing to any other of the majestic sons of heaven. Nice models and Saturnian scenarios alike have proposed that Uranus and Neptune also became integral components in the temporary stability of the planet's multi-resonant configuration. Inside the configurations encompassing magnetopause, the fixed stars would have been obscured by a cloudy, aurora-like phosphorescence. At the apex of this gloomy or rainy cave-like canopy stood the large central sun-like disk of hot, inflated proto-Saturn. Fragmentary memories worldwide similarly recall giant primordial figures embodying the whole of heaven, or indeed the whole of creation. This phase appears to be synonymous with the protoplanetary Saturn Nebula, recalled in a variety of esoteric lore as the primeval state of our solar system and the abode of the gods of former times at the top of the world. Talbot has conjectured that Jupiter was originally hidden behind Saturn. It is here proposed that this was indeed true for a good portion of the Saturnian Golden Age. Because Earth appears to have been the furthest body below the conjoined orbits of the other Saturnian planets, Earth would have been a considerable distance vertically below Jupiter also. In such an arrangement, Earth and its synchronous Saturnian companions would pass by Jupiter roughly once with every yearly revolution around the Sun. A visually distorted Jupiter may have been occasionally visible in the north skies when Jupiter and Saturn were near conjunction. Under such conditions, Jupiter would have appeared as a bright upturned crescent, horn, or sickle backlit by the Sun.
I'm wondering if that's what he's referring to with some of his hints.
Stay with me! You find yourself alone, riding in green fields with the sun on your face. Do not be troubled, for you are in Elysium, and you're already dead!
The Silver Age and the rise of the Blue Bloods. The legacy of the Saturn Death Cult and its effect on mankind really begins with the priesthoods of the Silver Age and the rise of the nobility, the Blue Bloods. Central to the existence of the new Silver Age priesthoods was the belief that what had destroyed the Golden Age could happen again. Utilizing the new technology of writing, they set about recording the cataclysmic events as they were, to serve as a memory and a warning to future generations. These warnings formed the basis of secret societies within these priesthoods. Preparations were made to ensure survival should doomsday return. The advent of writing gave the priesthoods of the Silver Age the technology to keep alive the memories of the cataclysmic end to the Golden Age. As people began to forget how Saturn once ruled the heavens, the increasingly misunderstood records of the priesthoods would become the basis for the beliefs of mystery schools and secret societies down through the ages. Second Age of Discovery. A second great age of voyage and discovery ensued, in which the refugees of the destroyed Golden Age civilizations determined to make a survey of their transformed world and cosmos, and establish through their priesthoods the righteous and justice they perceived to be the legacy of that former age. Weights and measures and calendars were established and enshrined by law in a growing network of interlinked temples and monuments that span the globe. The Masonic mystery schools of the great civilization builders had arrived. Was Egypt's ancient civilization a legacy of refugees that had survived the great cataclysm and had brought the Golden Age to an end? Some esoteric traditions trace Egypt's past to Atlantis. Earth captures the moon. In keeping with the arrival of the Silver Age and its new sun, A new silvery marvel could now be seen in the heavens, Earth's moon. Captured by Earth and the distinctive chaos that was the Saturnian system's demise, was this white globe exhibited crescent-like phases under the sun's light that harkened back to the glory days of the Golden Age, when Saturn's rings would be illuminated as crescents surrounding the former deity. It's a matter of conjecture of when Earth captured the moon. Contrary to popular belief, the moon's heavenly cratered surface is actually proof of extreme electrical strike activity due to the crater's almost uniformly perfect circular shapes. Meteorites and asteroids create angular impact craters and rarely hit celestial bodies at perfect 90-degree angles. Electrical experiments do, however, show electrical lightning produced the same kind of cratering as seen on the moon. The moon's craters can therefore not be used to date the age of the moon based on meteorite impacts, a rare event in any case throughout human history. The new moon proved an excellent keeper of time, yet its arrival would only serve to diminish the memory of the original crescents of Saturn and confuse the knowledge. Preserved in the masses of crescent-like symbols established by the priesthoods, moon cults began to distort the original intent of these symbols. Reminded of that castle, the coral castle over there at Leedskellens. He's got crescents and Saturn in his little abode there. I'm wondering if that's what he's referring to with some of his hints. And old knowledge gradually gave way under the weight of the new and more confused fertility rituals. Ominously, the seeds for the more sinister sex and blood rituals that would begin to spread their influences in the ages to come can be traced to the foundation of these early moon cults. The moon's almost uniformly circular craters could not have been created by multiple meteorite impacts, which would have created a majority of angular impact craters. Electrical strikes are a better explanation. Temples, priest kings, and the rise of international commerce. With the establishment of weights and measures, an excitingly new yet dangerously insidious concept began to take hold within the temples of priesthoods, the advent of the universal language of international commerce. The driving factor in the increase of trade in the Silver Age was the newly derived notion of money. At this time, money was issued in the form of clay tablet receipts against the production of goods by any given society or people. This clay tablet money was measured by and limited to the amount of goods that could be produced and stored in people's warehouse. The money was only as valuable as the amount of goods that were actually stored. This had been a central feature of the laws established by the priesthoods in ensuring equal weights and measures. However, discoveries in the mining of gold and silver quickly established a link between these metals and the idea of money. Due to the difficulty in counterfeiting these metals, it was realized that gold and silver could act as an alternative to clay tablets being used as money. This was especially useful when it came to trade between geographically separated peoples who could not verify other people's storehouses, but who would know that gold as an accepted store of value could not be faked. Unfortunately, this international element to trading quickly turned the new gold and silver money into commodities in their own right, as each society refused to accept the clay tablet receipts of other societies. Trade boomed, but at the cost of losing control over regulating the value of the fruits of your labor. That was now in the hands of the gold and silver producers. The laws established by the priesthoods as a way of ensuring just and equal weights and measures were thus cleverly subverted by the introduction of gold-backed money, which was now entirely in the hands of the gold and silver producers. As noted, under this system, the people who actually produced useful items like food and clothing lost any control they had over setting the value of their products. All they could do was price them in gold or silver, the mercantiles. Corrupt elements in the temples quickly saw the advantage in controlling gold and silver as a way of dictating the value for fruits of everyday people's hard labor. With it came the transfer of immense power to highly positioned individuals within the increasingly corrupt priesthoods. As the Silver Age approached its zenith, certain priesthoods quickly consolidated their power via this new money system, until all wealth found itself being concentrated in the hands of a shrinking minority. The temple became the system's center of operations, its central bank, and thus ultimately heralded the emergence of that most insidiously influential of historical characters, the priest kings. These priest kings were the original blue bloods. In reality, they were nothing more than mere merchant bankers with a monopoly over the arguably useless production of gold and silver. With the emergence of these temple-based banking parasites, the peoples of Earth began to experience a new and most sinister force, debt-based slavery. It was at about this time that some mothers started to notice that some of their children were going missing. origins of the Tower of Babel. The new temple-inspired commerce system proved a pervasive influence from the far eastern realms of the ancient Middle Kingdom and the former heights of Pan and on through the rich lands of Vendaya. Newly established priest kings steadily accumulated wealth and power. In particular, certain elements of the Li clan of ancient China were to grasp this new concept of trade financing and expand upon it to establish unimaginable influence over the hemisphere. Egypt and Samaria and surrounding nations particularly came under the sway of this global trade system. With it, the slave trade flourished due to the need to mine more and more of the yellow metal, particularly in the mines of ancient Egypt's fishery region. Soon, gold gained idol-like attributes, and its ability to sway the thoughts of men and the love of money steadily supplanted the Golden Age notion of living a just and righteous life. Unfortunately, not with all of us, though. The tragedy was that all the careful work by the early priesthoods in preserving the memory of a righteous and just Golden Age through a system of laws and accurate weights and measures was now being usurped by this new and easily manipulated system of commerce based on gold-backed money. The new system of commerce was the merchant banker's way of trying to build a man-made replacement for the lost heavenly ladder of the Axis Mundi that had served as the original symbol for the ascent to heavenly authority. Under this new system, merchant bankers hiding behind the authority of the temple would be elevated to a position of heavenly-like authority over all commercial activity. The old established concept of authority, as being founded on righteousness and justice, was now replaced with the merchant banker's debt-based slavery system. No other place exemplified this more than a place called Babel on the ancient plains of Shinar, a future location of the city of Babylon. There, the central banking temple and its merchant bankers saw their financial authority grow to towering proportions, giving rise to the legend of the Tower of Babel. Gustav Dor's Tower of Babel is the popular conception of the Babel legend. This portrays the story as a building project that was halted when the builders' languages were scrambled. Instead, the city of Babel was like the financial center known today as the City of London, and its tower was equivalent to the Bank of England. The scrambling of the languages finds its echo in today's financial collapse, with its myriad of incomprehensible and infraudulent financial products. Your clay tablets are no good here. By the order of High Temple of Babylon, idiot. One day at the gates of Babel. That poor guy. So-called Tower of Babel referred to the high authority of Central Temple which governed the financial system of the city of Babel. If you look closely at the biblical account of the Babel story, you will see that it was primarily a city that was being built on which was abandoned. Reference to a city in the Bible generally means a system or a way of doing things.
Are you guys still there?
I'm still here.
Okay. Are you there, Learnshare? Is Learnshare there? It must not be.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I'm here. There was just some delay from the end of the video.
Oh, yes.
For
I
me.
have to get a coffee, so could you guys hold the fort down for me? I'll be back.
Wait.
Sure.
So how's it going there, Learnshare?
Oh, it's going pretty good. Performing experiments and stuff to try to evaluate things for myself, because, well, what I keep on recognizing is I'm just rediscovering stuff. I heard you mention about charging crystals earlier.
Yeah.
There's a few techniques that nature has for charging these, like the current flow from headwater distilled seed.
Gotta know your crystals.
Yeah.
Some are moon, some are sun, some are running water, some are salt.
Yes.
Gotta know
And
your crystals.
Some are us.
Yep.
And a lot of them are us once you
once you learn how to meditate into them.
Yeah. I mean, there's different words for it. I'm sure, different cultures have different ways of express. And it's, I found it kind of parasitical, like listening to my great grandpa talking about the different ways and about just going outside and harvesting herbs and medicine plants, knowing how to prepare them and the proper dosage.
Yes.
It only took like 3 generations for that to get lost.
It did. It did. I learned from my grandma old home remedies that actually get rid of fever, cure chest colds, things like that I find very useful with my own children, with myself. Ways to get rid of the stomach flu or food poisoning, things that are just common household items that you would never think to use for the cure.
Yeah, and like a drawing salve. If you get stung by a scorpion or wasp or bee or different things like fungal infection remedies, different things that, like I said, what I observed was my parents' generation, they were like laughing, right, at my elders because they were getting taught in school that was like the old way, that's the new way, it's the better way. And that's kind of what I recall watching, and I was a little upset that they were kind of disrespecting the elders that way, but at the same time I can see how they were brainwashed or indoctrinated, manipulated, however you want to word it.
Right. Indoctrinated is a good word for it. Are you there?
Well, I mean, for it to be that effective, to where they looked at their elders and with disrespect. I don't know. That's the best word that can come for that too, because they were the ones that. Ah, man. It was just amazing to observe that, because I remember snatching on my great grandpa's pants leg while he was out working the field. I asked him, why don't you hate white men? Because I'm shockingly Caucasian in appearance. And he chuckled, and he knelt down, chuckled, and said, son, I think he called all of his grandyoungins son. But anyway, just son, all races were here long before the Columbus story. It has nothing to do with the color of your skin.
Sounds like a smart man.
Oh, yeah. He had knowledge that
now, what ethnicity was he?
He was Cherokee.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And he left the res when he recognized the BS, basically. In other words, the exception, the contracts, and there
the
was
grab for
more
power
to
and control.
it.
There's politics in even the smallest societies.
Yeah. And
totally understand it.
Yeah. So he recognized. That's what he told me. He says why he left and came in, to a different world and way of living, and met my great grandmother. And
sounds very peaceful man.
Oh yeah, he was. He really helped me when I think I was like 5 years old, and I told him that I felt like I wanted to play the guitar.
Uh-huh.
And he's like, well, let me tell you a little something. And he carried me over to a stack of Elvis Presley albums, and it was his rock and roll music. He said everybody called him the devil. And then he carried me over to another stack of Elvis Presley albums. Highest selling gospel of all time.
Mm-hmm.
He said, never let them call you the devil.
No, absolutely not.
And, well, that's something Greg and I have in common is music, you know, and I did encounter that, you know, that kind of reaction.
What's that?
From certain people.
Oh.
People are ignorant sometimes, and you just kind of have to blow that off.
Yeah, I know. It's really weird. Especially if they come in and check you out and then criticize you. I mean, they didn't.
All right, I don't.
It was their choice to watch it.
I don't know if I was Cherokee in a past or Native in the past life or something. There are a lot of questions in my family that we may be part Native. My godmother is Cherokee.
My grandpa was Cherokee.
She's my mom's first cousin.
Half.
But her mother was Cherokee, but there are a lot of questions going back in my heritage because we live and settled, my ancestors settled so close to a reservation, whether I have Cherokee blood or whether I have any sort of native blood. I haven't done a DNA test or anything like that. But I'm obviously very white presenting, predominantly German. Mm-hmm. But I am very attracted to the native cultures and have been. The culture, the everything has a spirit, everything has energy, everything has something to offer you, and you should respect it. I've always been drawn to that.
Yeah, that's common sense to me.
I missed the songs and dances that expressed that.
Oh yeah.
The flowing of the vowels, the rhythm, the dance.
Yes.
There was a lot. There was a lot being presented in the music and the dance, and that was how we were able to recall. Is, you know, just like we're able to recall and learn now. You know, we use Twinkle Twinkle Little Star to teach the ABCs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is that why they're the same? Oh,
yep.
But
it's teaching the cadence of the ABCs.
Yes. And then we have
well, it tells a story.
Yep. Yes.
Every movement is purposeful. There's a story being told, and I've been exposed to probably more native culture than the average person living as close to a reservation as I do. And you know, it's Canadian territory. I live in Michigan, but it's Canadian territory, and they have a ferry that goes to Canada and one that comes here to Michigan. And so the people that live on the reservation, they go to both countries to do their shopping, to do their things. I grew up with powwows, which I always thought, in my opinion, were, and this is based on the community, like the white community, I always felt that the white community viewed it as a spectacle instead of the beauty of what it truly is, and it's passing down stories and their history. Like, I always wanted to know more about that than it just wasn't superficial for me. It's never been superficial.
You know, that's interesting because you know, the Clovis people left a lot of evidence in North America of their existence, but they all disappeared at about the same time, and it's hypothesized that they were all incinerated, so that the population of North America would be kind of like a second coming of people, and that would be Native Americans, right? But who do they descend from? You know, they look. Sometimes Native Americans look a lot like Japanese.
Sometimes.
I wonder if they have anything in common.
I can tell you. Oh, go ahead.
I think that a lot of it has to do with, in ancient times, there weren't a lot of travel, and our skin just evolved to create more. Our bodies evolved to create more melanin. I think that's the biggest difference that we all have is genetically, because our ancestors' bodies evolved to create more melanin for those that live closer to the equator versus the evolution of those who lived further from the equator for their skin to lighten and create less melanin. I think that was
seen a blonde Indian?
No, but I've definitely heard tales.
They always have dark hair, black hair.
It would be a genetic anomaly.
Straight and beautiful.
No, it wasn't. It was a nation of peoples, according to my great grandpa. There was also nations of red-haired, green-eyed.
Yes.
Also, nation of what we would call black or African American, but he said they weren't African American; they were already here.
They said something about the Moonite people too.
And then I thought this was fantasical. It sounded like fantasy, right? Like or whatever. Anyway, I looked into it, and sure enough, there's this tribe that someone battled against, from the west, and anyway, they were dark complected, dark skin, woolen hair. Their chief's name was Chief Tuscaloosa, or Tuscaloosa. There's two ways that. But anyway, it directly translates to warrior black, and there's been even talks and murmurings in my extended, when I was a young child, our family reunions about there being different races that were part of these nations. That it wasn't necessarily the race, that a lot of the nations were multiracial.
I did a show with Ramon on this subject, and he was talking about Welsh Indians, that they came here from
and that would be
Wales.
Where your red-haired, green-eyed tribes or nations would come from.
I mean, it's kind of a mystery when you find a Roman coin by an American riverbank, but they're found, and so are these Welsh little tokens or whatever with certain insignias on them.
Vikings, evolution, early travel, yeah. I mean, the very earliest settlers, travelers.
There had to be a world trade before the cataclysm.
That's what he made it out to be. Everybody was coming and going. They weren't just bringing goods; they were bringing tales of their cultures. Yeah. That's how certain, like the tribe or the reservation that I stayed on when I lived in British Columbia in the Rocky Mountains was the Shuswap Reservation, and they were aware of different names of what we call Bigfoot or Sasquatch, right? They knew of Yeti. I definitely remember that, and a Yopo or something like that.
That sounds like
and a couple other ones, but they all basically were like wild wilderness men.
Yeah,
is basically what it translated to. Not a creature.
They've gone feral.
Right?
Humans that have gone feral.
I think it's very naive to think that travel globally started with the North American slave trade and that kind of Columbus, all of that history. I think it's very naive to think that that's the way that people traveled, and it was the start of travel. I've heard many people say that, you know, the North American slave trade was the start of multi-continental travel, and I'm like, are you numb? Like, you have to be ignorant to think along those lines. The North American slave trade was, well, first of all, it was multi-continental. Most people think, you know,
well, it was started by the East India Company, which was a British company.
And a lot of people believe it's the Americans just went over and stole people of color from Africa and brought them back to be slaves. That isn't the way it worked. It was the Europeans went down to Africa and they bought slaves from the African people or traded with them. Then they brought slaves here or into the Caribbean islands to be traded for goods to take back to Europe.
Well,
there's something.
That's still leaving out the fact that the slave owners they purchased the slaves from, you know, and yeah, it's a definitely a partial told story.
Right, and the Irish were traded the same way even before that.
Shockwave's not here, is he? I wanted to ask him something too, doggone it, and he left. But
I haven't seen him.
I'm gonna get that guy. We got about
the Irish were traded the same way by the Vikings.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How about how the Irish were treated by the British at one time in the 1850s? They starved them out.
The British colonized.
Potato famine.
The British colonized pretty much an area in every corner of the world.
The country that started all that is Spain.
Well, Spain is definitely a part of it, but the British took it. They took it into Africa, into Asia. They're in Australia. They're in North America, South America.
The original British Empire. Yeah, well, that's
they
colonization.
Colonized everywhere.
Oh yeah.
So to think
you
that
gotta recall the Dutch, you know, the East Indies trading in the Portuguese as well. You know, just to throw one thing and leave everything else out is
true.
And putting blinders on.
Well, and Americans are so hyper focused on the transatlantic slave trade that they're so focused on it that their feelings are getting in the way of rational thought too.
Slavery still goes
and
on
they're
today.
leaving out. And they're leaving out the Trans-Pacific trade. That was extremely questionable as well, because who was on the seas and who allowed whom to pass and who helped them right on out of everything.
Exactly. People were traded for spices and produce and building materials, and we traded. I mean, slavery literally still happens all over the globe today.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's true. And, and you have
not to be confused with indentured servitude.
Right.
A lot of people get those two mixed up too.
Yeah.
Right. Indentured servitude is a little less crass.
Well, you know, that's why the post-World War II era interests me so much, because when you study into that area, it's just so much that was going on. There was like a civil war going on within the government.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't pretty. I mean, it had some pretty devastating, terrible people in powerful positions.
Yes.
That made bad decisions that we still have to live with.
People are so... I think that's the problem today, and why I like being here is the meeting of the minds that thinks bigger than first world problems. People have their blinders on and their noise canceling headphones on, and whatever you have to say, they don't want to hear it because they were indoctrinated so, and I hate the word indoctrinated right now because it's so overused, but that's truly what it is. They were taught, and it's ingrained so deeply that anything else shakes their core belief system of who they are, where they came from, and what happened in the past.
See, there's one thing that it gets at me. It's Like the pre-catastrophe civilization seemed to me that they had it right. Kings were benevolent. You owned the land you were born on. There wasn't countries and all these armies and all this negative, terrible stuff. There was all piety going on. If a person was impious, he got put in prison. Something happened after the catastrophe, Velikovsky's catastrophes. We completely did a 180. And now evil seems to prevail. It's completely the opposite.
Well, they like to say money is the root of all evil, and I disagree. It's power.
The use of money.
It's power.
The love of
it's
money
power.
is the root of all evil. Yeah.
It's power, because even before there was money,
Yeah, but money gives
like
you
actual.
power. I mean, for example, let me give you a brief story about how money is power. In 1892, there was a geologic conference. All the bigwig geologists in academia got together and had a powwow to classify certain things. The guy with all the John Rockefeller had a lot of sway and a lot of money. He managed to get oil to be classified as a fossil fuel, which is dead animals and trees and blah blah blah. And there's only so much, and it's so precious. It's all horseshit. He bought that. He had the power to buy that. People automatically just think that today, but it is a substance the Earth creates naturally as like a lubricant. It's not a fossil fuel. And I suggest watching a Fletcher Prouty video on that, because he has the facts. It's just amazing. So we go through life believing these things that aren't so. How can we believe it when, how can we trust or believe anybody when we get lied to at every level?
And that's what I'm getting at about the tone deaf blindness of society today.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's astounding that they think that there wasn't more. They think that there's no other way it could have possibly been.
Right. They get everything gets in stone.
And they choose who they listen to based on their own internal belief system.
Yeah.
Instead of opening their mind and expanding that, you know what?
Yeah.
We weren't the first. We won't be the last.
Right.
And this is going to continue happening. So why don't we worry about the now and being the best human beings we can in the now?
It's almost time to wrap it up, guys. We got a couple more minutes, and then we're gonna call it a day for this video, and then we'll probably get into a part 2.
Sounds good.
All right, so I'm gonna close.
And I definitely agree.
Yeah, well, I want to thank you guys for keeping me company here on this Thanksgiving
Absolutely.
night. And we'll be back soon. I just have to end this one because in case I have to edit, it has to be under 6 hours. And if I get a C or something like that, I have to have the room to cut it out. So, all right. Yeah, I wanted to say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye. Tell your sons I said hello.
Oh yeah. And like I said, I'll be back in a little while with part 2, so just hang loose.
Yeah, I definitely enjoy these intellectual conversations with you.
Oh, I always do too.
I'm basically housebound.
Me too. I'm a house body. I love.
Well, I'm a homebody, but added to it, I have some medical issues that aren't allowing me to drive right now.
Yeah.
And it's really helped me a lot being able to have intellectual conversations with people who are open-minded. So I appreciate everyone as well.
And with that, we'll say good night.
Good night.
All right. I'll talk to you two later. Okay. Thank you very much, Learnshare and Val. All right, folks, I'm going to come out there and say goodbye, end with a song, and then we'll start part 2. And who knows where we're going to go from there. I have a few ideas, and I will definitely let you know about that. Now, I gotta get you on. There we are. All right. Well, thanks for coming, everybody. Renegade, good to see you. Welsh Indians, yes, indeed. Ramon talks about it. Oh, we had one of those see sexy girls. And Learnshare, Shockwave, I wish you'd come back and chat with me, brother. And Prime, Donald Wages, good to see you, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I hope you got my email. And Sea of Chronos, Stephen, Marmalization. How you doing? And Christopher Norris, Aquarius, Ringin' Jim. Good to meet you, Ringin' Jim. And I will see you guys on the flip side. Take care. See you on down the road.